desires. So, because normally if you succeed in a desire, you just heal willpower damage. I don't like that because it feels like it doesn't do very much. And so I'm basically going to have it where if you attempt your desire, like if you make an honest effort to achieve your desire and you don't achieve it, you will still heal willpower. But if you do achieve your desire, depending on the difficulty of the desire, let's see, we said that you can pick up a point in an associated skill. So like if you had a desire, like if Iris's desire was something to do with like getting some of their artwork in a gallery, and it was like a very difficult thing to achieve, and you did that, I would let you take another dot in craft, because we aren't gonna get far enough in this game for you guys to actually advance using XP. So I just wanted there to be something where you could like get a benefit and advance a little bit.
On that point, then, how like Bedrick's desire to get allies from getting Iris involved and stuff, is that, do you think, like halfway or like a part of the way towards that, or?
Yeah, because your one from last time was specifically to get allies, right?
Yeah.
I think if Iris, so it sounds like Iris did show up at the meeting, and so you guys would have talked about your stuff.
Technically, he's also gotten Renee now, because Renee didn't know before, and now he even has Renee with Yana.
That's true. You did talk to them. Okay, since Renee and Yana have actually been like doing stuff, and you did talk to them in the session, I'd consider that a fulfillment.
Shit. Now the choice of what would that fall under, in your opinion?
Probably leadership or persuasion.
Okay.
And on that note, while you're editing that, I just saw that you updated your desire, Amanda.
Is it as bad as before? By bad, I mean fun. A good kind of.
It's not as bad as last time, so it's easier.
Yeah, but it's a good one. I like it, and I definitely think that that's achievable. I think that it's a little difficult to know like what the actual, like what achieving that would mean. But I think is there anything specific that's like, okay, this is something I want them to do, that you would be like, okay, that's a win? Or is it just getting them to a point where it's like, okay, they're fully on my side?
Is that one better?
All right, that's a very like a concrete thing. We could do that. Okay. All right, and then for Iris and Bedrich, do you guys have any ideas for like character desires you want to have for this session?
Is there a premise we have for like what we might be going down, like what around what's happening?
I can go ahead and kind of give you guys an idea, because you'll, especially Bedrich pretty much knows. So obviously this episode is going to be about Bedrich, and it's going to mostly focus on a conclave planning task that Marcus is going to want you to do. So you guys are going to be meeting with some people and talking about the conclave.
Do you know what kind of people?
The task he asked you to do, since I mean this is literally how we're going to start the session, so it's fine. You guys are going to be going to secure the location of the conclave and like make sure that everything's in order, and so you're mostly planning to meet with like the mortal people who run the museum and like make sure that everything's set, and then like scout out the area basically.
In that case, I don't know, I'd love if people have any suggestions for desires as well. I'm just trying to think of like, okay, what could Bedrick want, how he'd want to take advantage of this moment rather than just fulfilling the mission. Perhaps.
He's thinking more about like how he can accomplish his ambition, it seems like. I wonder if it could be something to do with like either learning something about the space or like setting something up ahead of time to be like, okay, this is how I'm gonna like.
Okay, what about? Let me see. What was it called? The National Museum?
Not the National Theater. Meg, is there anything that you feel like you want to, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly pertinent to the session. It can be like, oh, this is something in general I think Iris would want to do. And it doesn't have to be a big thing, but something that could be a desire for them.
I did want to plan or try to have a premonition.
Ooh, okay. Is
somewhere
there
in the
anything specific?
museum. I don't know. It's
Okay.
just kind of my way of like, oh, is there anything going to happen that I should know?
Just vibe check on the place.
Yeah,
Perfect.
basically.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you or here, I'll just put that in. Do you think just like have a premonition about in the museum?
Yeah, it'd be in the museum.
Okay.
It's just gonna be
And
another debilitating premonition.
let's see how your dice roll.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. All right, Ash, do you know what you want to do?
This feels like knowing what I know and knowing what might be true. Yes. I can't spell museum for the life of me.
Museu. You can spell it the Czech way. It's on the map.
Oh, there's both ways actually.
I don't understand. Google Maps was freaking
I
out
don't
when I
know.
took the screenshot.
Okay.
Oh, this is
Can't
Google
decide
Maps?
what- Yeah.
Oh.
It's just fancified.
She did a great job, like making it vampire.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot to add the little thingies. Or maybe I added them and then I decided I didn't like them. I don't know where that went.
Check that desire, Nora.
Oh god.
If that
Okay,
works.
let me see. Oh, I didn't. Did you put it in your character sheet?
Yeah, under desire, or do you not see it?
It's not showing up.
And didn't save. I'll add it to.
You could also DM it to me.
Okay, yeah, that's a good.
Oh, am I rolling for the premonition right now?
No. We'll do
Okay.
that when you can tell me. So the premonition's basically like you can decide to try and have one. Oh, the embers are on. You can decide to try and have one whenever you want, but it just depends on how you roll. Or I could just decide to give them to you if I feel like it.
Okay. Well, we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah. Okay, I like that a lot. I like that very much. Amazing. All right, everybody has their desires. Unless there's anything anybody else wants to ask or cover before we start, we could jump into it.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
All right. So, this music is too, I don't like it for some reason. Go away. Okay, so it has been a month since we last saw our kindred. It is around the time it is right now, except 12 years ago. It's beginning early March of 2012. All of you have been making art or planning the conclave or making new friends and settling in, we begin our night at the very, very beginning of the night in a house a little bit west of the city center where so much of Prague has these big um multi-purpose buildings where it's like businesses down below and then beautiful brickwork and apartments above. But as you get a little farther out of the city, it starts to become houses with little yards and more suburban kind of neighborhoods. And in one of these houses, in a room in the back, there is a kindred just waking up from a day of sleep. Bedrich, could you describe what your study looks like?
Sure. As Bedry comes awake, he puts his hand forward, and it's dark, he can't see, but he's done this enough times to know the soft, wood grain that if he pushes up, uncovers the seat next to a window, like the cushion that is just like a windowsill seat. Pushes that up and sits up to look at the study, which has a large wooden desk right in front of the window with a chair. The study isn't huge per se, but it seems filled with. It's organized. It's filled with a lot of things, but because of it's organized, it feels more roomy than it is. There's stacks of books in each shelf on the left and right, and on the desk there's numerous papers with, you know, business dealings, like timelines, a bunch of things that nothing that would stand out if someone was just looking, but a lot that predates that tells of his business dealings in the kindred world. In addition, on one of the bookshelves on the right, I think it's set in the middle, whereas it's lined by books left, right, below, and above, is this glass panel of butterflies that have been like kept on display there, like specimens of various things with little notes scribbled down, and most of them are Bedrick's handwriting.
All right. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but a lot of times when you wake up for the evening, you do your the dance of coming home from work for the day.
Yes. So he gets up out
Okay.
of his little, coffin of sorts, closes the lid, and then just takes a moment to listen for sounds around the house. People are home, of course. It is sun's down.
Mhm.
He'd expect them to be home. It's what's to be expected. He.
You
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead.
No, no. Yeah, is there?
I was just gonna say I don't believe you have any sort of heightened senses, but
I
you're
do
used
not.
to, the noises of your house. Um, Now that twilight has fallen and I assume the curtains are closed in your study, but um down the hall there's some clinking noises of somebody in the kitchen. And there's also, as you listen, there's a pitter patter of feet down the hall, a light, probably one of the children. And you hear muffled voices. You can't tell what they're saying, but one of them sounds like Andre asking Renata a question. And they speak for a little bit, and then you hear the pitter patter, the feet go back to the children's room. Um, and there's a few more voices, and it sounds like Andre and Carolina are talking, and everyone's home.
He has waited cautiously right after. I want to say waited for 20 minutes after waking in the coffin, and then a bit longer as he gets out, makes sure and checks the windows because he does rise an hour before the sun sets, according to his
Mhm.
current humanity level. And as he sees the sun disappear, even though there's some light out, he prepares himself, goes around a little staircase that leads out through the back. He makes his way down out through a little small garden area, right, from the side and to a small little garage that's not actually part of the main property. He opens it, removes the tarp of which a car lays there, the car he always goes to and from work, or as his family believes. And very systematically, very much with other things on his mind, another day of work, just starts up the car, as if he's done this lie many times before, which he has. Takes it out, closes the garage, and then does a good, like, you know, 2 block sort of circle before coming in front of his home once more, parking in the driveway that is part of the house.
And speaking of work, you would know um, that for tonight you have just enough time to stay to see your family and to come home for the evening, as it were. But you do know that Marcus has set up a meeting for you at the National Museum. He said with the museum director,
Mm-hmm.
and requested that you be there soon because they are mortal. But you do have
Mm-hmm.
time to go in and see your family before you leave.
Do I have an estimate how much time I might have?
Um, Sunset around this time of day is a little bit later. It's still early in the spring. So the you probably have 20 minutes, half an hour, and you'll still make it. It's a weekday, so there's not a lot of traffic going into Old Town. So it probably will only take you 10, 15 minutes to drive. So you have, at least half an hour to spend with your family.
Hmm. He breathes out and just, I think, flashes back for a moment to other times when he came back home, like years ago, shortly, in order to just leave again. He remembers, like, comes back home,
Mhm.
maybe to a day to relax, and but still, like, very much, he brings his work with him, right? Maybe some things to get out of the way. And he just remembers getting a call literally 20 minutes after getting home, and they have to head back out. He's not sure how he feels about that, but he prepares 2 phones real quick. One, his main phone in his pocket, and then he prepares another one, his burner, which he already dials in his number such and puts in his pocket such that if he taps it, it'll start calling his actual phone.
All
He
right.
then takes a breath to get the practice in and will use Blush of Life.
Do you have to rouse for Blush of Life? Let me check.
Yes, but he does have
Okay, go ahead
advantage.
and okay. Go ahead and do that for me then. All right.
Okay,
Okay, interesting.
okay, okay.
Um, so a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
You have there's time, and you've done this a lot before. The dance of waking up for the evening, coming home, only to leave your family again soon. Um, but there has been a lot on your mind lately. You've been up to a lot. You've been managing Yana and the conclave and your plans with Maya.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I wonder maybe if a little bit of that stress creeps in as you're, taking the breath, preparing. And you also feel the always familiar hunger creeping in. And you don't hear words quite yet, but there's sort of, as your hunger begins to grow, there's a little bit of a familiar whisper just on the edge of your perception. And I'm not sure if before, when you were thinking about other times when you came home, which family you were thinking of. But even though you can't understand what she's saying, that whisper, even though you don't want to, is Irene's voice,
Wow,
just in the back of your mind.
that one cuts. That is the family he was thinking of, and it makes
Okay.
sense as his cowardice comes through, and he does his best to put it out of mind and just rush the process a bit. He
Mm.
shakes his head, like, and tries not to focus on the building hunger as he, you know, makes his way to the front door.
And I assume you come in as normal. You don't knock. You have the key. It's your
Yeah,
house.
yeah.
You're coming home from work for the day.
He
Okay.
unlocks it, whatnot. He makes it very clear. Like, he made sure, like, he's making sound as he's entering, so it's very obvious that he's arrived.
Mhm. Do you have this is a single family home. It's
Mm-hmm.
you have a study, but I assume it's sort of, it's enough space, but it's not huge. And so I imagine there's probably a little front area for shoes and coats and everything. But I think when you walk in, you can almost see right away the kitchen. And her back was previously turned to you, but as she hears the door close behind you and the noises of you taking your things off, you do see a very familiar woman who was, it looks like, washing up dishes from the evening turn and look at you. And there's sort of a moment where she just looks at you and then she smiles. Welcome home.
Thank you, Renata. How's your day been? As he starts putting up his coat, like acting like it's very much he's home for the day.
Oh, it was fine. Andre was having a little trouble with his homework earlier, but everything has gone smoothly.
Oh,
How was
yes?
work?
Good, good. Nothing out of the sorts yet, though there was a problem when I left, but I'm sure David can handle it. Uh, what subject is he suffering with now?
He's, well, he seems to have gotten in his head that it's not worth knowing mathematics, and he's struggling a bit with studying, so uh, Catalina agreed to help him.
Oh, good. She is a very good older sister. I walk in and like look around, see if I can. Are they in their rooms? Are they like out in the open? See if I can notice if they're like studying now or if they're out and about.
If you're, yeah, if you're listening out, um, there was this moment where it was just you and Renata, but since you made a fair amount of noise coming in, you do, as you look down the hall, see where do the children share a room?
Mm, I like uh, I like the idea that they do have separate bedrooms upstairs.
Okay, upstairs.
Yeah, and
Um,
first floor very kitchen, study, right,
mhm.
and then upstairs bedrooms.
All right. In that case, you can kind of see as you look down the hall toward where the stairs would be. There is a little bit of like blonde hair peeking out around the corner. And as you go to look, there's like a little muffled somebody says something and then uh Andre says something back and then Carolina kind of like pushes him down the stairs the rest of the way. Not like pushes him down, but like out into the open. And she's like, Father, you're home.
Kids, Carolina, Andre, aren't you going to greet me? Come on down.
Um, Andre looks like a little bit, he's kind of like hesitating behind Carolina, not because of just like an innocent child, like, oh, maybe he
Mm-hmm.
did something or he's just nervous. It's probably something about the math homework. And so he's like hesitating a little bit behind, but Carolina like runs up and gives you a brief hug and is like, how was work? Was everything all right?
Yes, I think Bedrick, like, stern father figure, right? He doesn't fully hug her back, but he does give her a pat on the shoulder, right? Which is
Hmm.
like quite a bit of like familial physical contact for him.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Quite well. I heard you were helping your brother with your homework. That's very admirable."
She she kind of gives a nod and then she looks over her shoulder and eyes him and goes, well, I'm trying at the very least. He's not wanting to study very much.
Well, everyone has their own talent. I look up at Andre. I'm sure maybe yours is not mathematics, Andre, but that does not mean you should think of it as a waste. I like
He
usher him closer
Okay.
if possible.
Yeah, he kind of like gives Carolina a glare back for sort of outing him and then like comes up and says hi to you and comes to stand next to his sister.
I think Bedrick, you know, as he gets closer and closer, right, that like he does feel the blush of life and his mortal senses waking up a bit. The effect of him near this family literally raises his humanity and so lets him feel
Yeah.
more than he usually does when he's out. And so with like a now more casual smile on his face, he like bends down and looks at Andre and says, "You know, Andre, I once had a friend when I was very young. She was terrible at math, but she worked at it all the same. Do you know why?
Why?
Because she had very big dreams, and she knew that even if she was not the best at math, if she could at least understand enough, she could understand those around her that did their best too. Everyone has things they're good at. The people that are good at math, you don't have to be as good at them, but if you can understand them that much more, it'll serve you in the future, Andre.
Can you go ahead and make me a persuasion check just for fun?
Sure.
He kind of like as you're talking, there's like a frown across his face that's like not necessarily disagreeing with you, but like trying to decide whether or not like to agree. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So he kind of like looks at you really intently and then like looks down at his shoes and is like, if I do my math homework, could I get
Spe-
another coloring book?
of course, Andre. Is there anyone in particular you're looking forward to? I remember last week you enjoyed the gorilla one. Is that correct?
I want another one from the zoo.
Perhaps we can do an outing then. Unfortunately, I've been awfully busy, so we have not been able to, you know, go about as much. But perhaps your mother can take you.
He does a little like yes. And kind of like and then kind of tries to hide it, like stands up. It looks tries to look a little more adult, like stands up straight, like, okay, Carolina, I need help. Uh,
Bedrick
is there
stands up
and
with
they
like a smile on his
yeah.
face. He just, like, as I'm sure, what's it called? Andre rushes back with now motivation. He stops
Yeah.
Carolina and says, Carolina, is there any news I should be aware of? Anything happened while I was being gone?
Mm. She there was a moment when she was kind of just like being a big sister, and like smiling at Andre and rolling her eyes a little bit. And when you turn to her and ask her, her face very much like goes. It's not just that it goes serious, but it's a little like sobering. And she's like, um, I don't think so. I mean, I haven't seen anything, but I'll keep keeping an eye out. I,
Of course.
is there anything?
No,
Do you know
nothing.
anything about?
No. Yes?
Well, just is there anything wrong
No, of course not.
since?
You've been doing
Okay,
great. You're, like I said, very admirable in how much you take care of Andre. If you can, just, help out your mother as well. Let me know if there's any groceries that needs to be picked up. I can do that on my way home sometime.
she kind of she looks at you and then looks to Renata and like she's pretty good little actress. Like that's she's been learned how to do that, but you do see like a little bit of a wavering on her face. And she's like, okay, yeah, yeah, whatever you need.
Thank you. That's my girl. Go on. I'm sure Andre's already 3 or 4 problems in and got them all wrong.
She like smiles a little bit at that and nods, and then starts up back the stairs.
Think Bedrick will like approach Renata now, just like still watching the kids as they run up. It says, "What about you? Anything of new updates? Anything that I've missed?"
Um,
I think he
how
also.
remind me? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I don't know if is it a Czech custom. I know it's like a French custom, right? The kisses on the cheek when
Yeah.
you greet someone.
I mean, it's not a thing.
So he will kiss Renata on the cheek, right? Very much. Like I
Yeah,
think he's very much like have calmed down a bit since his little hunger anxiety in the car and is cherishing these few minutes he does have.
yeah. Can you remind me really quick? How long ago was the last sort of the incident we talked about?
So it's been a
Um,
month since session one, and then I want to
mhm.
say, let's say 2 weeks before that, and then no, wait,
Okay.
a month, 2 weeks. Let's say 2 months before total, because
Okay.
when he met Yana, he was taking Renata out as a way of smoothing things over.
Got it. Okay. So I think I mean, you at this point, I think are very good at smoothing things over, in this context. When you ask if something's wrong, I do think there's a little bit of a like, not necessarily like her eyes go fully glassy or anything, but she just has a little bit of like maybe confusion. Um, and then when you like kiss her on the cheek, it sort of snaps her back into the role of, loving wife and mother. And she kisses you on the cheek as well and is like, well, so far everything's been fine. We had a peaceful day. Catalina's field trip was, she said it was good.
Good.
So, yeah.
Carolina, I'm sure, takes very well care of herself. If you need to, you can always send her out for errands. I'm sure she'd be able to do that.
Mm, I maybe tomorrow we could use some more groceries. So she'll be off from school early enough. I'll do that.
Very good. Thank you for everything you do around the house. As Bedrick goes to really uh, starts goes into the living room and starts taking off his shoes, he taps his phone in his pocket, and you hear his other phone start ringing. And he says, "Apologies, dear. One moment," and will bring out his phone and say "I understand, sir. Yes. No. I see. No. Yes. Of course." He then shuts it and then goes to stand up as if sighing. "It seems there's a little problem. I need to go back into the office, at least for now."
You see Renata kind of look. There's at first almost like a little bit of a crestfallen look, and then she like quickly schools her features into just like into understanding and caring. She's like, "Of course, I hope nothing's too much the matter. Will you be gone long?"
Probably don't wait up tonight, but I'll see you. I'll see you when I hopefully get back tomorrow.
I see. Well, I hope everything goes all right.
Yes, of
Don't
course.
stay out too late, dear.
Remember, text me if anything's required.
I will.
He's going to undo his whole routine of, taking off his coat, starting to unlace his boots, putting down his briefcase, and almost in reverse, undo it all because it's very routine, very planned, and go back towards the door and just call up, "Kids, I'll have to step out for a bit again, but take care of oneself and let your mother know what you want for dinner."
Um, you hear Andre yell down, like clearly he's just screaming at the top of his lungs, like, "Okay, bye, Dad." Um, and then you don't hear anything from Catalina, but she's up there with him.
He'll just stay in that moment for a second longer before opening the door and leaving, and you see normal Bedrick return as the blood
Mm.
leaves his face a bit as his humanity drops back to 7 and he starts driving off.
All right. Will you? Let me check one thing. What is Bedrick doing or thinking about as he drives off? Is he like has he gotten in the habit, especially since what happened last, like of kind of surveying around the house, or does he just be like, okay, I'm going to work. I'm gonna uh like he's focusing on the meeting he's going to, or is he kind of like looking around, taking stock of what's around?
No, I think he's been getting busier and busier lately, and he's also this is the one place he has put his guard down a bit, almost too much,
Mhm.
if you would ask him, and so he doesn't take much stock. And so, yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you weren't home for very long. Um, you know that the meeting's probably in about 15-20 minutes, I think. You still have a little bit of time. Um, and unless there's a reason you wouldn't have, would Bedrick have like prearranged with Yana to bring her along tonight or talk to anybody else about tonight?
Uh, let's do this, right? I think it is spur of the moment. He calls up
Hmm.
Yana right now, just it's been a while since I checked in on her, and perhaps surprising her with an errand now and again will keep her on her toes. He'll call her uh, and text Iris saying, "I'm on my way to the your place of residence. perhaps you and Yana could assist me in a matter.
Okay. Yana, you've been spending some time in Petrine, right? Kind of splitting your time between Iris and other folks.
Yeah, moving around. Um, so if he's texting Yana personally, she could meet up. But if she's
Mhm.
texting Iris, I don't think she would be at Patrine.
Well,
Yeah, that's fine.
she texts Iris with that assumption, right? And also calls Yana because, uh, you know, because like he's definitely. This is basically like, hey, surprise pop quiz.
No.
So you go ahead and you give Yana an actual phone call?
Yeah.
Okay. Yana, um, if you're not in Petrine, where do we find you as your phone starts ringing?
Can she be at Renee's?
Yeah, sure. Let's actually rewind a little bit to the beginning of the night for Yana. Um, did you sleep in the same place as Renee?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, how regular has your arrangement with Jan been? Like, have you been staying, like, kind of like staying at Petrine, staying at the hotel, and then now also staying with Renee some?
I think the hotel is like the majority still, but it's
Okay.
like one day at Renee's, one day at Patrine.
Joint
But
custody.
mostly, yeah, just splitting around. Yeah, but mostly at the hotels so that she can be close to Jan.
Okay, yeah. So maybe, the other night you would have gone on an errand with Renee or just been together talking about something. And so as the day approached and the night got later, it would have just been more convenient to spend the night at his place.
Mhm.
Renee sleeps like he's still in the city, but like kind of tucked away a little bit from the city center. He would be, let's see, he'd be up, I think, in Prague 7. Um, so there's like a little surprisingly nicely outfitted like basement apartment essentially that's away from sunlight and somewhere secure that he like has set up or had set up for him where he stays. And there's probably like it's set up pretty much as a normal house. But there would be like a little area as that would work as a guest, whether it's just like a pull-out couch probably. Because it's not a huge apartment, but there's definitely enough room for you there.
Yeah, she would have stayed there.
Okay.
And I guess for the past month too, has Jan like been like abusive at all, or he's like just weird?
He's
Weird. Why would he be weird?
Well, that's a very high accusation you have there.
Yeah.
the like interactions you've had with Jan so far, I think he's not necessarily like um tr- outright like he's not outright abusive. He's not
Okay.
like doing anything specifically, but the way that he interacts with Yana is sort of like twofold. One of it's like, oh, there's this like fledgling and I'm guiding them. And so he does act like sometimes he tries to give guidance or be a little bit helpful, but for the most part it's a little bit like
He's
he
mansplaining.
yeah,
Mm.
that. But he also definitely like Yana's like a fun distraction. Like he's like, "Oh, she's a pet project." And so like he'll take her around to like casual events or meetings that are like not super businessy, introduce her to people if it's something small, but like she's he's interested in her, but she's not at all like, oh, this is somebody I want to like cultivate exactly. It's more of like, oh, you're, like I said, you're like kind of a pet project. So he's
Mhm.
mostly kind of uh his normal, like a little bit sleazy, a little bit like demeaning, but nothing like extreme
Okay, that's good because Yana can tolerate that then. All right. So.
Nice.
for now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um But yeah, Renee is the opposite. He's not like uh subservient to you, but he is very much like, oh, like we're friends, we're like I like he treats you as an equal, even though he's been a kindred from significantly longer.
Yeah.
And he like wants genuinely wants to help. Um and is really interested in like hearing stories from you about what your life was like before coming to Prague.
Okay. Should I roll for nightmares?
Yeah.
Yes, I would love you to roll for nightmares.
Alright.
So yeah,
What do I have to roll
you
again?
come to wakefulness on a slightly familiar couch, um, with no light. It doesn't seem like Renee is up yet, but go ahead and roll to see how you're doing.
Oh, okay, that's pretty
Oh
Okay.
wow.
It's a very comforting couch.
Yeah.
Do you even when like you wake up and you will be fine and you have control of yourself, but do you still wake up with a little bit of that like do you remember your nightmares?
I'm gonna say for this past night, no.
Okay.
Because I guess maybe there was something comforting about Renee's place and knowing Renee was there.
All right. I know I put I think I copied and pasted. I was just looking at the text. I think I copied and pasted it from the thing and I changed it. Um Let me double check actually
That's a side question.
to make sure that was actually a success.
Benric wouldn't know this. I just, want to have the question asked. Considering you stay at Jan's place and at Renee's place,
Uh-huh.
have you ever had a nightmare that they've noticed? And like, how did they respond?
Oh, I think for Renee's, I mean for Jan's, I think it's a separate hotel room.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't
Right.
stay like she doesn't sleep in the same room as Jan or
Mm,
anything. It's more like he put
Uh,
her up in a room somewhere.
yeah. So he has easy access, but doesn't have to deal with her all the time.
yeah. And then Renee, I think that's more recent development, so I'm gonna say no.
Mm, nice.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. I just had copied and pasted it and I meant to make the difficulty 5 instead of 7
Okay.
because you have a higher composure and the difficulty is based on a different system. Um Perfect. Yeah, so that would still be a success. Okay, so you come to wakefulness relatively as well rested as you can be. Um in, it's kind of familiar apartment. It's relatively nicely decorated. Um you said you probably drank from Renee recently, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna put you back at 1 hunger. Really quick, how did that go?
Like
Did you just like one evening when you were together, like broach the topic and
yeah, probably like when she was sharing
okay?
stories, she's just like, there's also like this other thing that's kind of nice about being in the wild. It feels like really nice. And I'm guessing
Um,
Renee would have been down to try it.
all right. He definitely putting it that way, especially, I think would make him be like, okay, well, what like if this is a thing you do, um, it's I think after that interaction, you get the impression that Renee is like wants to help you and is also kind of like I already said, like also fascinated by you. And it seems like genuinely after you've been spending enough time together, like trusts you.
Oh.
Um, I think considering that that you went through with that, you kind of have a better understanding that like your relationship is surprisingly close for someone that you met a month ago. Um, but as you come to wakefulness in his apartment, and sort of take stock of your surroundings, you do hear your phone ringing.
Rihanna will let out like a little like disgruntled sound and pick up. But before she picks up, hello.
Yana, good. You're up. I have a bit of an errand to run at the National Museum. I've already let Iris know. Um, meet me there as soon as you can. Next 20 minutes or so, good?
Um,
All right, I'll see you there
I
then.
think. Oh, okay. Should Renee come or no?
Oh, you're with Renee right now? Or are you going to meet after?
Should Renee come?
Uh, yes, of course. Sure. Yep, bring Renee.
Oh, okay,
Good.
yeah. I'll call
Perhaps.
him up.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Okay, see you
I'll assume by
Amazing.
calling it up then you mean you're not together.
Oh,
No, he doesn't say that. That's me saying
oh,
that.
okay, sure.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, I'm also gonna move you over to Prog 7. You're over here. All right. Do you just hang up?
Yeah, I just hang up too.
Perfect. All right. You know that Renee probably wakes up aroundish the same time as you. He hasn't come out to the main room yet, but like his bedroom, it's basically like a two room. There's a main room that's like living room, kitchen, and then there's a bedroom as well.
She probably would actually just oh god, she'd just like go and like softly knock on his door. Um to see if he's awake.
How like just pretty like softly knock? Okay.
Yeah.
I think it takes a second, but eventually there's sort of like a one sec. Let me oh, I don't have okay. Okay. Yeah, you knock on the door and there's a pause and then you hear a little bit of like a thunk and an ow and then I'll be right there.
Okay. I just want to tell you know that Federic called and he wants us to meet him in 20 minutes.
Bedrick called?
Yeah, he called me. He doesn't know that I'm here, so it's okay.
There's like a breath and he's like, "Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll be right out."
Okay.
And there's a couple minutes where you have to like get ready for the day or for the evening as it were, and it doesn't take very long before Renee opens the door and is kind of like straightening like a button down shirt and it's like, "Okay, yeah, where are we going?"
I think he said the museum.
The Right, the museum. That's where I think that's where the conclave's being held.
Oh,
Did
okay,
he
yeah.
say is there anything wrong or
No, I don't think so. I think he just said to meet him there.
okay, we can take let's see if we take the and he starts like he mumbles a couple things in his head. Yeah, if we leave now we should be able to catch the tram. It shouldn't take us that long to get there. He
Oh,
does not have a
okay.
car.
Sorry. And it's safe.
Yeah, yeah, it's everything will be fine.
Oh,
You have
okay.
a
If
have
Mhm.
um you've probably like been around Renee enough to like kind of know how he operates and that like he pretty much like takes public transit or gets like if he's working with Betrique or someone else drives him or Custis drives him or like but like so you've probably done this at least once before. And
Okay.
he's helped you with like tickets and stuff. It's kind of weird. It's a very like he does this very mundane thing that most I think the other kindred you've met so far haven't done because like Betrique has a car. But
And Jan probably does too.
Jan has a driver.
Okay.
Uh, but yeah,
Right. She'll like give him a smile then and link arms with him, and it's like, all right, let's head out then.
he immediately like um makes like a little bit of an expression passes across his face of like he can't blush, but like if he could, he would be, and then he sort of like schools his features. It's like, yeah, let's go.
All right.
All
And
right.
then we head out.
Thank God, were you editing that just now?
Oh yeah, dude. Like hearing about Renee and Yana's relationship, I'm like, oh my god, he's too good for this
They're
world.
gonna be so they're so wholesome. Okay, so you two are off. And finally we come to yeah, so you guys, there's probably a tram stop nearby. There's lots of tram stops just on the street, and it's not difficult to catch. It's in the evening as well, so it's a little busy. This is an area where there's probably like students coming back from school, people coming back from work, but it's easy enough to find space to head down to the National Museum. And finally, we go to Petrine, to a little basement in a magical cavern. Iris, how is your evening going so far?
Going great. She already lit like a bunch of fog. She's setting up. Oh wait, she already has plans for tonight. It's still foggy in there because that's kind of her ritual.
Well, was she like maybe open it for she could have been open for a couple hours or a little bit earlier in the evening. And then
Yeah, on a short
Milo could be running things.
yeah. So yeah, I guess it's just kind of like a regular short day.
Okay.
Knowing that I had the appointment with Bedrick and Yana. Well,
Mhm.
probably just wrapping stuff up right now, and then I get the call or the text, and I only
Mhm.
reply with a K.
Okay, period.
No period, just K.
Okay,
That's it.
okay. Yeah. And how does Iris get around, by the way? Do you have a car? Do you
I have a
take
bike.
public transit? You have a bike. Perfect. You can bike your way all the way over there.
Wow, we're really like
Um,
all three kinds of people right here.
hey, there's great does Iris have her own bike, or does she do like a I assume
Oh,
she's got her own bike.
GTA.
Well,
GTA.
I do not
Wait.
like
GTA. I do have a bike. I found it in a
okay.
dumpster, and I
Oh,
fixed it up.
perfect.
I think she meant city
Painted it,
bikes, but
fun
sure,
colors.
GTA.
You can
Eh,
Grand Theft bike.
it's got fish tassels on it.
Oh my
Of course
god.
it does. I love it. All right. Yeah, so you're probably, like you'll have to leave pretty soon to get to the museum. Um, how when is did Iris feed earlier in the day
Yes.
or yesterday or sometime recently? Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much
All right.
whenever, because I do have a source pretty
Yeah.
consistently.
All right. Then yeah, you'll also be starting. So everybody is starting with one hunger except for Bedri who failed earlier.
Yep.
Perfect. And then yeah, is there anything you want to do before you head out to exactly where this is? Like it's a pretty, it's maybe a 15-minute bike ride from where you are. But is there anything you do before heading out for the night?
Oh, I pack a small sketchbook. Well, I always have another one, but I pack an extra just in case. So,
All right.
yes.
Yeah, before you said sketchbook, I thought you were about to say I pack a talking carp.
I
Sounds like a
could.
You could. I love the
It's in my
idea.
backpack.
You just have a little like the bicycle which has like a basket, and in there you just have a talking carp.
Oh,
just
that's a great
attached.
idea. It's going in there now. It's just
Oh my
zip
god.
tied to the
It's just
basket.
Oh my god, it's so
perfect.
good.
It's like radio
Yeah.
on your bike.
Exactly. It's like a giant walkie-talkie. It's just a little weird shape.
I love it. All right.
Zelda
So
favorite.
you've got your walkie-talkie, you've got your sketchbook, you're ready to go. Okay. So, um Iris and Bedrich, you've both been to the National Museum before. You've maybe never been inside it because it's been closed for renovations for a few years, but you're very familiar with it. All of you probably arrive. Bedrich probably arrives around the back because you drove, but Iris and Yana would arrive probably down closer to the base of the square. This is a very famous square in the city. It's Wenceslas Square. It's probably 4 blocks long, rolling out down the hill. There's stores, there's little benches, places for people to sit. Even in the evening, it's starting to clear out, but there are lots of people milling around in the square.
Is this the right
There's
one?
yep, that's the right
Okay,
one.
nice.
The square is like this. It's really hard to see, but there's like a little line, these two lines next to each other. But yeah, it's like a big hill that rolls out down from the museum. There's a statue of a man on a horse, Saint Wenceslas, the patron saint. And then at the head of the square, there is a beautiful stone building. There's a few spots where there's like maybe a little bit of scaffolding things happening because it is under renovation, but for the most part, the outside has been restored to its former appearance. I'll go ahead and show you a picture.
Ooh.
Doo-doo-doo. Hopefully that's the right picture, but
Oh,
you'll see all
Yeah.
of the pictures.
Pretty.
So yeah, the outside's there. Um, but yeah, this is at the head of a very big square. It's someplace where pretty much anyone who's been to Prague will go here. And Bedrich, you may have been inside it. You've been around for long enough. You've probably been in there before. But it's been a little while.
Without too much issue, he finds parking and just like prepares and waits. Does he know the contact he's supposed to meet, or has he not been put in contact with that contact yet?
Um, you haven't had any personal contact with this person. They just said Marcus basically just told you like, oh, the museum director agreed to like make sure like, show you around and talk to you.
Okay. I assume once I enter, I just ask for the museum director then.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll wait outside for people first.
Okay. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna go grab some water really quick,
oh,
and
also
then
grab
so
water.
let's do like 5 minutes,
Okay.
Yeah.
and then we'll come back and you guys can do some shenanigans.
Shenanigans, what?
What shenanigans?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
There have been no shenanigans at all this session.
Exactly.
Just wholesome relationships.
I'm suspicious of your family.
Why?
I don't know.
It's just a happy family.
Vampires can't have good families. There's something wrong.
What? No. Not enough people try to have a happy family. Did you think I put those kids up for adoption? Hell no.
Sorry, did you say something?
Okay, we'll just wait for Minna. Thank you for bearing with me.
Oh,
If I don't,
I just got
welcome back.
Hello.
If I don't drink water, my voice will turn into a piece of sandpaper. So
It's all good. I was texting my partner the whole time, like, please get me more water. And he didn't
help.
see it.
Oh,
So that was a good break for me too.
all right. That was just Bedrich standing, waiting for everybody to show up. Yeah, so you're standing, I assume, near the top of the steps where you can be visible. Iris will probably show up first because she's a little bit closer. Iris, you can honestly like, would you find an actual spot to put your bike, or would you just kind of put it wherever and then go meet Bedrich?
No, I'd probably find the bike rack.
Okay,
I don't want someone to jack my bike.
true. That's very
There's
important.
like 3 locks on it. 2 U-locks and a 1 chain lock.
Just to be extra
Yes.
careful. I love it. Yeah, there's probably one like around the side. There's a little bit of it's still kind of undergoing terraforming, but there's a little bit of garden area around the sides and the back of the museum. So it's like not that hard to find somewhere to lock it up. And coming around the front, there's one Bedrich. out waiting. Probably right up there's, you know, some like a grand staircase. There's statues that flank it, and then there's sort of a little front patio area right outside the front doors, and you can easily spot him waiting outside the doors.
Oh, who just arrived? Because I just got back.
Ah, welcome back. Iris would get there first, so she locked up her bike and
Iris, good to see you.
What's up?
He looks a little puzzled and just like waits for a moment. Do you bike here?
Yeah, I bike everywhere. I thought we.
Well, no, yes.
Like,
I'm used to this, but where's Yana?
oh, oh, she wasn't with me.
What do you mean? She wasn't. She didn't wake up at your domain?
Nah, I think she went somewhere.
Where is she staying now then?
Uh, well, DM, would I know this? She kind of just wandered off, unless
Yana, would
Yana
Iris know
told her.
this?
Yana would not have shared.
Okay,
You
that's
have
what I
no
figured.
idea.
I have no
Sometimes Yana
idea.
just doesn't go to your house.
Yeah,
Oh, that's understandable. But how long has she been not at your place? It's just every few nights, or
do you have a schedule, Yana?
Not really, but also like
Okay.
I don't
before
think.
we first started together, she would also like stay in the park too, so it's not that weird, I guess.
Yeah, I just gotten used to it at this point. Kind of like a stray cat. I don't know the schedule.
How does she? Do you still stay at Iris's place like this month since you met Jan and Renee?
Yeah, I think so. Probably like twice, at least twice.
Oh, okay. Then he will turn to us and says, "Oh, all right. Odd. I thought I mentioned it to her that I spoke to you. I don't know. I'll just ask her how she's been fitting in. I believe she should be bringing Renee. So it seems they've hit it off enough."
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Yana, the Renee takes you to the like you ride the tram for a while. It takes about 20 minutes to get there from where you were. Um People kind of start to get off as you're getting closer, and then finally he sort of like tugs on your arm, and pretty much the whole tram empties as you get off in on the street, and he takes you, well, just like half a block up, and it opens up into this big square. Maybe you've gone through here before, but you probably haven't really spent much time here. But you can see at the top of the hill there's the big museum kind of looming over everything. And it doesn't take you too very long to get up to the top, but I think around the time that Bethric and Iris are having this conversation, you probably can spot the pair of them strolling up the street toward you.
Okay. Yana would be in a bit of awe because it does look very nice, and then she would let go of Renee and make sure
Okay.
there's like half a foot between them at least.
Okay. Yeah, Renee would, like, as you're walking up, would, you know, kind of like was tugging on your arm to get you off the train, and then when you let go, kind of has a moment of like looking at you and looking at where like this growing gap between you, and then just kind of like, okay, yeah. Like he doesn't say anything, but there's just like a nod and a like processing, and then he's like, okay, and like keeps walking um down the street. But
Alright.
like keeps looking at you to check to make sure that you're walking in pace with him.
Oh yeah, she would. And as she approaches Patrick and Iris, she would give like a little wave and say, Patrick, is that a new suit?
Oh, Yana, it's good to see you. Renee. He has like one eyebrow up and says, no, I don't believe it is a new suit, though. I do need to do some
Oh.
shopping before the conclave.
Oh, it looks good still though.
Thank you. And Bedrick is now queuing it like, oh, wait, you arrived together with Renee. Could he make some form of insight check to just like gauge? Now there's like 2 clues here. 3 clues.
Yeah, what are you looking for? Are you like looking at body language between them?
Yeah,
Or...
he's trying to
Okay.
discern body language between them. It's like, oh, how close have they gotten?
Okay, yeah, go ahead and make me like an insight and probably charisma.
Okay. Insight. It's like,
Okay. I think even without rolling, like you don't get anything from Yana because she's acting normal.
hmm
You do see though Renee like also gives a little wave to you, but he's looking like between you and Yana a lot and seems like a lot of his attention is on her. And he's sort of almost like following her cues. Like you know Renee pretty well. You know
Yeah.
how he acts when there's like somebody else the who takes point in a situation, and he's very much like following Yana's lead and sort of like
Yeah. I know he's done this for
but seems
Custis.
content.
He's done this for probably me and Maya, but this
Yeah.
is now I'm seeing him do this for Yana very quickly after meeting.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, well, I thank you for coming. I thought this would be a good instance for you to get a little mortal diplomacy under your experience.
Oh, okay.
We are here to, and I look up at the National Museum. We're here to confirm um, this site for the conclave.
And what exactly is this conclave?
Ah, yes. Well, it's. I'm trying to be like, shit, I should have explained this to her, but I probably didn't because he got like so like, oh yeah, it's obvious. The conclave, it's a huge thing. He says like,
Yeah. It's like everyone knows what a conclave is.
yeah, must apologies. It must have missed my mind to give you a proper explanation. The conclave that we'll be holding here in a few months' time. Is it how many? How long do we have?
About a month and a half. It's in like mid-April.
In 6 weeks' time is a assembly of many important figures in the Camarilla, as well as other voices that wish to be heard. Believe there is a number of concerns in our society at the moment that we are trying to come up with a course of action for, but at the very least, understand that a lot of important individuals will be coming into town recently. So far, I've had you meet with a few of the less important ones, those that see themselves as more of anarchs, so they take care of themselves rather than joining with our court politics. But in very short time, there'll be a number of individuals who, let's just say, if I was worried about you offending Harlack, I will. There is nothing that will help me, you know, put my word out for you if you get on the bad side of those individuals.
Okay, don't worry, I'll be on my best behavior.
Very good. Then I think you can start by showing what would be the very first thing to do before we enter this mortal meeting.
Um, we should ask if it's okay for us to enter.
No? Should have been already taken care of. There's something very important that we need to do, Yana, for who
Yana,
we are.
can you make me a willpower check?
Oh.
Let me check one thing. Okay, you don't have any willpower damage right now, so that's a success. But like you he's lecturing you.
Yeah,
Like
he is. He's very much is.
it's like come on, you have better things to be doing right now.
Oh, is this the impatient thing, or is it
Mhm.
just okay? All right, let's go. Okay, Patrick, let's. I got it. Let's. She's just gonna start walking towards the doors, and she'll like actually, if she'll look back to see if Renee's following really closely.
As you like Renee was standing listening attentively to Bethry and will kind of like as you go off, kind of like look at you and be kind of surprised because like
Bedrick will
he would
glare
never
at
interrupt
Renee.
Bethry in a lecture. He's like,
He'll not
oh,
glare at Renee, but he'll be like, all right, this I put her in your custody. Fix this.
he sees that look and is like, okay, Yana, wait, there's one thing.
Um. Okay, what is it?
So you know how we don't really have like a pulse or look
Oh.
mortal. It's generally when you're interacting with mortals, it's a good idea to sort of put on a facade.
Very good.
Okay.
Renee, high marks. When we're in close rooms like this, yes, Yana, it's important to protect the masquerade in
I was
all
just,
ability.
I'm just gonna like cover her eyes, but like roll her eye. Just- and I guess that means we should all make rouse checks.
Whoever wants to do Blush of Life, just let me know.
Is my bus love still active or no?
Yes, but it's gonna run out very soon because it lasts an hour, I believe, right?
Oh, I shouldn't check. Completely forget.
Let me double check.
I don't have it.
Everyone can do it.
Oh.
Oh man.
Oh, that's
Amazing.
not good.
What do you mean?
Wait, is it just a Rouse?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but you would know, especially as a Primogen, that like generally this is a good idea for maintaining the masquerade.
6. Oh, I'm rolling my own dice. Sorry.
Oh.
I gave no context to
Okay,
that.
so
It's
that's it.
number 6.
I was just looking at numbers. Cost 1 rouse check, blah blah blah. Without this, oh, it doesn't have a number on this. I don't have it. Let's
Let
see.
me check the book itself.
Yeah, core rulebook. It's page 218. It might be more like one scene instead of an hour, but Flush of Life.
Oh, gifts of the blood.
Requires a rouse check. Oh, it doesn't say. I don't think.
Oh, okay. Blush Life generally allows a vampire to consume food and drink without vomiting for up to an hour. I think that's where the hour's from.
Oh, I just can't read. Yeah. Um. I will leave it up to you. I think it is something that you have to put in like effort to keep up. So if you want, at some point later in the night, I'm gonna have you make another check to renew Blush of Life, or you can just go ahead and make it now, and it'll last for uh quite a bit longer.
Sure. Roll with everyone. It's fun that way.
Group activity. Meg, you said you got a 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, Yana does get a little hungry, but the two of you are fine. And Renee also does the same. Let's see. Okay, well, that's fine. You see, like, as you all sort of take on this mortal appearance, um, Fezrik looking at Renee, you know well enough to know, like, he kind of like shifts his jacket a little bit and like kind of gives a shiver, like he's uncomfortable. And it seems like maybe he's getting a little hungrier. Yana, you as well, like you had to sit here and wait through Bedrik's lecture, and now you're having to do this. And it's again sort of like what Bedrik experienced earlier. You don't hear a voice yet, but like that impatience is starting to creep in, and like you feel that urge to like this better not go on too long. Like it's itching just in the back of your brain. So you have the blush of life up, but you can feel it's like this is getting a little irritating.
Well, all right. Let us proceed, shall we? Frederick will take point and enter through the doors.
All right. Speaking of which, how about everybody joins the stage? I forgot to do that
let's go.
earlier. Amazing. Okay. I love that Iris has the little music notes. Okay. All right. So you push into the hall. The way the museum is laid out, there's sort of a little entrance hall area. I say little, it's already quite grand. There are dark granite floors and big round columns that rise up to support the ceiling. And ahead of you up a staircase that is bare stone. It's the kind of staircase that if they're in operation, there'd probably be a carpet here to protect it, but there haven't been guests in quite a while. So there's bare stone. The lights inside are mostly off, so it's not lit up, but you can still see looking up like rows of columns over the multiple floors, and like the little bit of light that's coming in through the front doors just from the street lights outside, and some of the like dimmer lights that are on lower levels reflect off of gilded gold and frescoes that are painted onto this building. And actually, I don't know if it showed you in the handout earlier, but I'll send you this. This is a little more lit up and grand, but this is if you are down at the bottom of that staircase, like looking up into this hall.
As I enter, I'll just like look up at the spectacle and says, "It's always a sight, isn't it?" Says, "What do you think of our museum, Yana? It's your first time in Prague, correct?"
Yes, it is. Actually, I might have been here when I was younger, but I can't really. I was too young to remember. But it's quite beautiful.
It should be quite the sight for the conclave then. Come this way, and I'm gonna look for someone that seems to like be in charge.
Mm. Go ahead and make me let me look at your sheet. Probably perception, just to get an idea of like what's in here. So you know, kind of off to the left, there's like another doorway that's a little less adorned. Probably there's some sort of side hallway over there. It's where the offices seem like they would be. You don't see anyone in the immediate hall, so just go ahead and make a awareness check.
Okay. Attribute in particular or no?
Um, it can be whatever you think would fit. Probably intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so there aren't a lot of lights on right now. Things are pretty quiet. Like you don't see anybody in the immediate vicinity. Um, Go ahead, Iris and Yana also make awareness checks with intelligence.
Okay.
Or Yana make it with composure.
Oh, okay. Oh, out of curiosity, what?
Cause you mad at me?
Because like, I mean, is it really worth bothering to pay attention right now?
Okay, yeah, true.
Okay. Iris, what did you get?
097.
Oh.
Ooh, all 3 successes. Okay. Um, and yes, I got one. Okay, so Yana, I mean, like you take in similar things to Bezri. It's surprisingly quiet in here. Not a lot of the lights are on. You do notice off to the left that sort of like side, what might be a staff area. Iris is the one who hears coming from the hall ahead of you a little pitter patter of feet running.
Bro is directionally challenged.
Bedrick turns and starts going the completely wrong way, away from the feet.
Perfect. Iris, do you say anything?
The other way, sir.
Oh, oh. Oh, have you been here before, Iris? As he turns and starts walking now the other direction.
Yeah, I kind of remember.
Oh, perfect. All right, all right. What's that sound?
Oh, I think it's the guy person.
Guy. Approach the sound of the
Contact?
footsteps.
Should Renee and I be part of this, or can we look around?
No, you should completely join us, as
Oh,
is
okay.
important to, show a united front, and then perhaps you can sightsee.
Okay. Yana's gonna grab Renee's hand and kind of like drag him behind her. Uh, Iris, you said which direction is we're supposed to go?
That way.
And she'll like
And points
just
into direction.
blindly
All right.
trudge forward.
Perfect. Yeah,
Federica's
so
gonna look
Iris, the way
down at the hands being held and just like follow.
yeah, Renee just follows along behind Yana. The way Iris is pointing is farther into you would know, like actually into the museum proper. Um, and as you get closer, you all are able to hear the pitter patter, and it's quite light and fast for a museum director, an adult. And as you like start to mount the staircase, you see like um you get higher and more into this hall, and as you like rise to the level of, there's sort of like a landing where all the stairs connect, you see like a flash of something, and then the pitter pattering stops and it goes quiet.
Hello. We are looking for the director.
Hello, who's asking?
Uh, I was sent on the behalf. Does Marcus use his like usual name? His like real
Yes,
name.
he doesn't use a real last name, but he at least goes by Marcus.
Okay. So
So
let's see.
look up his last name.
What's a random check last name?
Yeah, come up with the Czech last
Ah
name.
shit. Marcus Cimentana. That was
Smetana. Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
Cimentana.
Sure.
Sent me
Sure.
ahead for the event we'll be holding, the economic summit, in a few weeks' time. Is this like a young
Um,
voice? How young does his voice sound?
yes. This is like not an adult voice. You say that and there's like another pause. Mm, if somebody sent you, then who are you?
Oh, he's like trying to approach the voice to see like who's
Yeah, did
talking.
you keep going up the
Yeah, I
staircase?
keep going because I'm like, I want to see who I'm talking to.
Okay, yeah. You get up to the top of the staircase and you see like so it's two the way this is laid out is two staircases that go up to this landing, and then there's two more that go up to the next floor. So you get sort of like to the peak of this staircase and you're looking down the other one that goes like down into sort of a basement level, and kind of crouched like on the stair opposite you, previously hidden by the rise, there's a little kid
Oh,
who
oh, so
is
cute.
like standing there, and when he looks like he was like looking down at the floor thinking really hard, and then when you get to the top of the stairs he looks up and then his eyes go like super wide, and he just freezes in place.
Oh, young boy. Not didn't mean to scare you. Hey, he'll bend down as well, remembering just the conversation he had with Andre, and says, "Uh, my name is Bedrik Jezik. Do you could you tell me where the director is?"
uh he looks at you and then he's like, okay, remember, people do this all the time, you can do this. The director is not here, but my mom works for him and she's here and I can take you to her if you want.
Oh yes, can you please take us to her? Yana will just call from the bottom floor.
Who else is with you?
Me and my associates are all here. Why don't you all come here? We can follow. Your name, son?
He's gonna like straighten up because he was still kind of crouched on the stairs. He straightens up and he like lifts his head. He's like, "My name is Bivoy, like the warrior."
Bivoy. That's quite an endearing name. Yes, why don't you lead us to your mother? Your mother is?
Okay, yeah, I could do that. He kind of like looks around down to where he was, and then like it kind of looks like he's taking a moment to like remember where to go. He's like, "It's that. Nope, it's that way." And he actually goes back up to the staircase that you entered from, and like leans out into the entrance hall and is like, "Mom, there's people here." And he's yelling like toward that sort of staff door area that you saw before. And there's a moment like he after he yells where he like turns and kind of like takes stock all of you and is like he looks like he can't decide whether to be like pretend to sort of like be comfortable around you or like hide a little bit, so he kind of gets like caught between that awkwardly like I don't know what to do until you start to hear footsteps approaching you.
Yeah, Pedrick will just stay there and just smile up at the kid. Just like, he appreciates when someone of his age is able to take initiative and help. He'll like look back at Iris, Yana, Renee, make sure they're like, presentable for when we meet the director. Or the
Renee's
director
kind of like
working for the director.
yeah, Renee's like smiling, looking at the kid and also kind of like looking at Yana. Um and Bivoy kind of like leans and is like, "What do you do?"
To who?
You.
To you, Betty.
Oh, I. Do you know what the word liaison means, son?
Uh, uh, do you lay on stuff?
uh, no. I look at like whoever's closest to me, Iris or Yana. I'm just like, how do I explain this?
Oh, he like tells he's like a messenger. He's very good at his job and holds up a thumbs up and nods very approvingly.
Oh, so you're here you have a message for my mom?
Yes, of the sorts. Thank you for the compliment, Iris. We are hosting an event at this museum, and so would like to just make sure everything's working well and things are in line.
Mhm. Faster if we maybe met your mom wherever she is, you know?
I look at Yada to give her like that's like the third impatient comment you made.
Well, uh, my mom's very, very important here, and she says that normal people aren't allowed back where she works, so she's gonna have to come out and meet you. I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
well, see, we're not normal people.
We're on an important mission, so it puts us above normal people. So we would like to see her as soon as you can.
Wait, you're on a mission?
Mhm.
Yeah, a task. We're here to make we're holding like a convention with a bunch of other people, so we need to make sure that everything's okay for our meetup.
Right, the event thing. Okay. Look, she'll get here soon, but I should guard the door to make sure that nobody who goes shouldn't be back there goes back there. So I'll just make sure we'll wait here.
Okay, sounds good. You want to learn how to fold origami?
Um, he has mostly been looking at Beatrice and like sort of glancing at between Yana and Renee, and now he's like zooms his eyes in on you. He's like, "Do you know how to make throwing stars?"
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
Will
what
you show
type?
me?
She
There
takes
was
out her sketchbook and starts ripping paper out. I got
there's
you.
a boy in my class, and he's always making them and throwing them at people, but he won't give me any, and I really need to know.
Oh, I'll make you one that's so good he wouldn't even know what's like coming at him.
Anna's gonna
Immediately
start.
does not care about what he was doing before, and it's like the world revolves around Iris right now.
Anna's gonna start approaching that door then.
He doesn't even take notice, but
Yezik is distracted.
are you oh yeah, what is Yezik doing? Are you paying attention to B-Boy, or
Yeah,
are
he's
you
paying
like
attention to
going to
B-Boy because for some reason,
Okay.
He is like, he's enjoying this interaction. And he's distracted enough that I also think it's more fun to see what Yana gets up to.
All right. Yeah, Yana, I mean, it's not that far away. You just have to cross the room. But I think by the time you get to the door, like you see, it's like, the doors that's has like a window, but it's the frosted glass, so you can't see through it. But there's a little bit of light on the other side, and you can see now there's like a silhouette of somebody who's almost at the door and coming.
She'll like rejoin the group then.
Okay. Oh my god. You're gonna blow his mind. Yeah, so you rejoin the group, and you hear kind of like as you start going back, the door open, and somebody come through and it's like, hello? Is someone there?
Yes. We are here to discuss this as a potential venue for an event.
Oh, the image disappeared. Can you all see?
Mm-mm.
I can't see him.
Oh, there
Oh,
he
there
is.
we go.
he is.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey boy.
But whenever you changed his name, he probably disappeared.
Yeah, probably. Okay, I'll keep that in mind for imminent events. Um, she kind of like looks at you and then looks between you all, and she's like, "Are you work for Mr. Smethana?"
Correct. Or we're on the project together. Yes.
We're not there, Meg.
Oh,
No, she's like, okay, so you're like on the staircase leading into the main hall, and then there's like, and she has just come in the door like right across the room, so she can like kind of see you all. And she's like starting to approach because I assume you said Yana went back toward the group.
Yeah, she went back to the group. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So she's like sort of standing at the base of the stair, like approaching you.
Miss, I am Yezik. This here is my associates. We were sent on behalf of Smetana, yes. Mr. Smetana. I don't know how to pronounce it. I should not chose his name. Mr.
Totally fine.
Smetana to organize events with the director on the economic summit.
Right. Oh my gosh, B-Boy, come here. And she sees him like laying there, and I think he's still like wrapped up in what Iris is doing. But eventually, like, it's like, see, that's my mom. And she's like, I'm so sorry about him. I took this meeting last minute. The director couldn't make it. I'm Andiela Krasnova. The daycare couldn't take him for the rest, and so I had to bring him with me. I'm sorry if he bothered you.
Okay. I can babysit him while you guys discuss important matters if you'd like.
She kind of like looks between all of you and is like, Bivoy, you had your coloring book in the office. Why don't you go do that while we talk? And he looks immediately to you, Iris, and is like, but can I take this with me?
take what? Oh, the origami?
Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I folded like a bajillion things in that time. He's just like, here you go.
His like eyes light up, and he like scoops them very awkwardly into his arms, like trying to hold them all. And it's like, thank you. And then runs to go stand next to his mom and be like, look what she gave me. And she kind of like pats him on the shoulder and is like, that's very nice. I'm glad you said thank you. Why don't you go wait in the office, and I'll be there as soon as I can. And he kind of like scurries off.
I need
Okay.
a GM call
course.
based on the check I rolled. What dots are connecting?
I mean, it's a familiar last name.
Okay, but the first name isn't familiar.
The first name is not familiar,
Okay.
but let's see. Hmm. Did you talk
Yes. So the question would be
about?
if they kept that or went in a completely different direction.
Mm,
So was this
table of
one of those
3.
that were spoken of or not?
This was on the table. I think Irene wanted something that was a little that was like not as common.
Mm-hmm.
And you had sort of that argument of like, no, we have to pick something that's like uh national and the Communist Party will approve of and all of this. And so this is sort of from it's definitely on the list of like, okay, this would be like, it wasn't her first choice, but like it was on the table of things you talked about.
Okay, and because I need someone else to make this call in terms of a loading bar. How far towards, you know, ding the light bulb going off is Bedrick?
Let me just Okay, there we go. You're asking me that?
Yes, I need someone else to make the call.
Mm, you already rolled okay. Because of what happened earlier with your failed rouse check, I think she's on your mind. So like there's definitely a like um it catches your attention. Like you can't not recognize your own
Yes,
like the name.
and
And so
is it
there's like I
physically familiar or striking?
yeah. And so there's this moment I think of like you don't know for sure, but like that sort of like dread of like,
Yeah, it's enough
is
to
this the
stun
person who I
him.
think it is?
Yeah. So Bedrick
Yeah.
does like, you know, as all this is going on with the kid and whatnot, he is just like staring up at her and not like saying anything, which is weird for him, right? Usually he conducts himself better, and he's just like stunned in a moment.
Yeah. Yeah. So she sends Bivoy off, and then she's kind of like looking up at the rest of you, like, I believe I was supposed to show you around the venue.
Yes, yes. Yana, why don't you take lead and we'll follow behind.
Oh, you want me to take lead?
Yes, and Bedrick like turns away just so he's not looking up the stairs at the moment.
Okay. Well, my name is Yana, and she's gonna extend a hand to, like, give a handshake to Andela.
Uh,
Andela?
Andiela. Yeah.
Andiela.
She like looks between all of you, and then she's sort of like, okay, Yana, yeah, Andiela is fine. Um, is there anywhere in particular you wanted? I know the font is terrible. Anywhere in particular you wanted to start? The museum director sort of ran out at the last minute, but as far as I know, is supposed to, confirm that the event was happening and show you around the place. And he didn't say what in particular you all wanted to see.
Anywhere that could. Is there like a meeting center?
As far as I know, the things would be held in the Rotunda Hall. We can go there first if you'd like.
I think that might be a good place to start. What do you think, Bedrick and Iris?
Sounds good.
Bedrick takes like again an awkward silent amount of time to respond. Says, "Oh yeah, no, that's good. Yes, yes."
Please lead the way.
Okay. Right, it's just this way. And she heads up the stairs past you, and when you get to that sort of it's sort of like an intersection. I have you have a picture of it from that handout. It's this like intersection of staircases. So you go up the middle stairs and then toward up to the next level again, on one of the side staircases, and leads you through a doorway into, it sort of opens up into, it's not huge, but it's a large square hall with a very tall ceiling. From the outside, you can see there is a dome at the top of the building, and this is the room where that leads up to the dome. I'll go ahead and show you the picture for that as well. There's columns, there's a second floor, sort of balcony looking over, and it's this beautifully decorated. Not all the lights are on, just a couple so you can see things. So it's quite dim, and the windows are dark. But it's clearly like big enough that you could have quite a few people in here. And she goes, well, this is the Rotunda Hall. It's where it sounds like you, the director mentioned something about a stage, and people would be meeting in here. There's plenty of room. If you have overflow, you can go up on the balcony. It's, of course, easy to find from the front entrance. Are you going to have your own people setting up, or do you need to hire museum staff for to make sure everything's set up to put there's something about a stage in here, and I think Bethriki would know that like the Marcus kind of was wanting to handle everything himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Just
Bedrick
because like you're not
knows
gonna have
a lot more of how this could have, like, he had everything ready of like what he wanted to make sure things would work. He is stunned silent at the moment, so it's up to Yada and Iris to pick up the slack.
Yana would be like, I think that it'd be best that I think we have our own.
Yeah, we
planners.
have people, so we should be good.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Just so you know, one of the side rooms is going to be closed. It's storage for some of our future exhibits currently, but the other side room will be open for you if you need it. Is there anything in particular you were looking for? Any other information you wanted from this? So I know where to take you?
Perhaps looks like he's been like started to like unconsciously start staring at her again, but then turns away and looks at Iris. Iris, you have an artist mentality. Perhaps you could, you know, take a look around, led by Andela, of course, to see what maybe some interesting sites for our associates that are coming from out of town.
Oh right, yeah. Could we just have like a moment in here to just talk amongst ourselves, because it's some technical stuff, if you wouldn't mind.
She kind of looks between all of you and is like, "All right, whatever you need. I'll wait right outside.
All right,
Just come
thank
join me when
you.
you're ready. We can maybe go look at the lower floor and see if there's any other space you'll need."
Yep, it won't take too long. Just something quick.
She kind of like she walks out, like composes herself a little, walks out, and she does like right before she leaves, kind of like look at you, Besri, trying to like see if there's something wrong, but she doesn't say anything, and she walks out past you.
I'd like to do my premonition now.
Ooh, okay. All right. Let me double check the rules for that so we can do this by the book.
It looks like the cost is just one rouse check.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Premonition. Yeah, so go ahead and make me a rouse check.
That's a 3.
Nice.
3. All right, you'd get a little hungrier. All right, hunger 2. And then I have it pulled up here. One sec. Okay. Roll your resolve plus aspect. And before you roll, actually, let me know, like, what is it you're trying to feel for? Like, is there a specific part of the room you're focusing on, or like of an intent? Like, what intent are you bringing to this? Meg?
She's having a real life premonition as well.
Yep. Iris just completely checks out.
Makes sense.
You know, that's kind of funny because I forgot I had push to talk on and I was
Oh
talking
no.
to Paris.
Oh,
Hold on. All right, sorry. I forgot to press the button. Anyways,
Oh god. So yeah, what intent are you bringing? Like, is there a specific goal or something in particular you're feeling for in
I
this
think it
space?
just be like safety. So I'm just
Okay.
checking like, is there enough exits? Is there, is there anything that happens or something that we should put into the room to make it better, or like should we have more chairs and stuff like that? Kind of like the general vibe of it, I guess.
Should we have more chairs? Okay. I will say I will say like the less specific your intent is going into this, like you've been doing this for long enough to know that like the less specific your intent is, the more kind of a shot in the dark it will be to find out
Oh,
specific information, because this is very like you won't necessarily have a full on like your dreams. You might have a bit of a feeling or just see a flash of something. You can do something like a general, like, okay, safety, it sounds like, is a little bit of a concern.
mhm.
I would also ask, like, are the people around you what's in your mind? Like, even it's consciously, you're like, okay, I want to find out more of, like, what do we need? But, like, subconsciously, is there anything in Iris's mind? Like, is she thinking about the child? Is she thinking about the people around her? Like, going into it, sort of what's in her
Yeah,
brain.
it's just kind of like the general like kindred. I don't know. I guess the people around me because I'm already there, so I'm just kind of like
Okay.
that's what I see. Maybe the
Yeah.
kid too, I guess. I don't know, just
Okay.
the people leading up to right now.
Yeah, you're looking around at the people who are around you and the woman who just left. Go ahead and roll me resolve plus aspects.
Am I tweaking? Read where did Auspex go?
Your aspects would be 2, so your total dice pool is 6, and 2 of those are hunger die.
Oh, wonderful. Hold on. 3. That's 2 of them are hunger? All right.
Mhm.
Sad. I'm hungry.
Need a snack?
Ooh. A 1 and 8, a 1, a 4, and a 6.
1 and 8, a 1, a 4, a 4, and a 6. And what did you roll on the hunger dice?
Hunger dice, I rolled 2 4s.
Okay, so failures, but not bestial failures. Let me double check the reread the premonition thing.
I start to explode out of my eyes.
Start bleeding.
Yeah.
What is it? Let's see. Mm. Okay, so you only got 2 successes. I think as you like kind of take in the room around you, what does Iris do to sort of like bring on this premonition? Like, does she have any ritual, not necessarily like real magic ritual, but just like something she does out of habit to like open herself to premonitions, or does she just
Um, basically, she usually just sits on the ground, but in this case, she probably just pancakes on the ground.
just flops down?
Yeah.
Yeah, you flop down, looking maybe looking up at the rotunda, at the dome above you, which is like it's chipped and worn in some places, but it's still like this beautiful fresco that has been there for years and years. It's somebody put days of their life into this, and there's mosaic tiles set into the ceiling, and like it's sort of disorienting almost to look up at it. Um, because it's like there's so much to see. And as you sort of like fall into just like looking over what's above you, a little bit of that familiar like wash of vision comes over you, sort of a darkening at the corners of your eyes, and a little bit of the like, not panic, but like disorientation that comes with your visions. And you don't fully fall into something, you don't fully fall into a dream, but it's almost kind of like the figures above you are moving,
Cool.
and you see like groups of them. There's a group on the left and a group on the right, and the group on the right starts to like rush almost into the group on the left, with some like starts to charge toward them, and you feel like a little bit of your heart rate pick up and sort of like a panic now that's getting like something is a little bit wrong, but you're not sure what. um and you can't quite grasp what you're feeling, but you do feel like a prickle at the back of your neck and sort of like find a way out, go, but you're not sure why. You just feel like a tug out of this room and like down, not toward the front entrance, but like down deeper into the building.
Oh. He's gonna sit up and start drawing.
I think that
Alright.
takes Bedrick's attention and says, "Well, Iris, did your um mental connection prove useful?" He's trying very much almost like it's an internal struggle of like being sincere versus like, okay, let's think about anything else.
Um, she doesn't say anything. She's very lost into her own thought right now. Come on, give me a second,
Either
you guys. I'm actually drawing it.
Oh, nice.
yeah. Take your time. If I was gonna say if either of you, actually, Bedrich, if you're trying to be, I want you to roll composure
Okay,
for
that's
me.
a very
'Cause it
appropriate
seems like you're
composure check.
actively making an effort.
Yes, composure anything or composure,
Um,
composure nothing.
com-
Okay, do that.
composure. Let's see. What did you tell Yana? Composure, anything, depending on the way you feel like you're playing this.
We'll do composure.
I want you to say why.
Resolve, right? That
Okay.
makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's trying really hard to stay composed.
It's like just clenching your teeth. Okay. Um, you do see, I think, as you're like um trying to focus on the moment, and like you're very used to this. You're used to like business dealings and you're used to putting your personal life aside for work. um I do think Renee, like, kind of, who's been, following Yana just kind of along for the ride, like catches your eyes like, are you really okay? Do you want to talk or anything, or are you good? And it's sort of like are you, it gives you a look. It's like, okay, are you actually good? Like, he'll
Yeah.
drop it, but
Bedrick looks at Renee and Yana. They're both like picking up, and he just, I oftentimes our mortal lives were very complicated before our turning, and perhaps just something. Perhaps my memories are just rising up on the surface for no reason in particular.
What kind of memories?
I think Yazik's gonna do like a brief now insight check on Yana just to see if she's sincere or this is more of like just trying to take advantage of him.
okay. Yana, you can, if you want to do a hidden roll, you can. As let's see, what is it? Private GM roll. You can make it public if you want, but if you don't want him to know, you can roll either persuasion or manipulation. And do that, and I will.
I did it with composure because he's trying to also just okay, keep it together.
Okay. Why don't you can see both rolls. So tell me how, like, it's pretty clear what I think Yana, like, you don't hide very well how you're actually approaching this, so why don't you go ahead and tell Belric what he sees.
You can probably tell that she's trying to be a little bit sincere, but there's like a little too much curiosity in her voice. Like she's never really seemed to care about you before.
Yeah. Only would have benefit her. It's like, will like look at you, and his face hardens a bit. It helps him like regain some resolve. But then he sees Renee again, and says, "I will be fine, but I think there is something I should do. I require a favor." Looks at both of you, and then looks at Iris, who's still probably distracted, and says, "Could you distract the Andela for a moment? Take her, like, ask her to see some of the art pieces, perhaps, or whatnot.
I could do that.
Just let her know I had to find the restroom of sorts."
Yeah, whatever you need. Sure.
Mhm.
He like nods. He read a bit of like Yana trying to use him, but the fact that she agrees to this is like some respect, because he tries to use people too. But here's like, okay, respect in terms of like, okay, there is part of you that is sincere, and says, I'll return shortly, and he's gonna try and sneak out.
Goddamn. Okay. So well, yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll resolve this first. Ooh, oh my god.
Oh,
Ooh.
There
We
you go.
going. Does I think probably these two things happen at the same time. So Belric, you're already leaving as Iris is finishing the drawing. So I'm gonna resolve you sneaking out first.
Mhm.
The way this room is set up, there's like a big arched doorway back into the main hall, and you can see Andiela sort of like leaning against the stairway. So it's like
Is that the only way
I
out?
might pull up. I might pull up the shitty floor plan. I'm so sorry. You'll have to see this. It's.
It's not shitty.
I mean, I will make it
That's-
better. Okay.
That's
This is
good.
gonna change, but just to give you an idea of what you're looking at, you are all here in this hall, and there's sort of like a doorway here. It's marked as one room because it's all one floor, and there isn't like a door that's closed. It's just sort of like columns. So Andiela is like leaning against this, looking out down the hall toward the front entrance. Because these are the stairs.
Oh.
Oh jeez.
Oh,
Wait,
ominous.
that's different. Okay.
Yana is making evil plans. So yeah, she's like leaning against the banister here, looking out down toward the entrance hall. The only other way to go that's not like in her field of vision is up the side stairs that lead to the third floor or into one of these rooms.
The major question would be, is if I'm not in the room when she gets back, is it obvious that I like snuck away, or maybe it's just like, oh yeah, I thought the bathroom might be this way instead.
That depends on how well they cover for you. There's not a restroom in immediate sight where you are right now, so it would be in a different room.
How many exits are there? You said there's just this one here, and the one she's at.
Yeah, so these are separate like side rooms that
Mhm.
don't both the doors are closed. One of them she said was locked. Um so as far as you know they don't go anywhere. The only like way out of here is let me just let me draw easier.
So can I see if Yana notices Bedrick leaving?
I told
Well,
you
I
I'm gonna
mean
leave.
he
Oh, you
yeah.
told me. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
that's why I was
okay.
like, hey, distract her.
All
I'll go.
right, okay, sure.
Does that show up? Why do you hate me? I have to turn Windows Ink off or something. Okay. Andiela is this circle thingy. Like leaning against the banister, and then there's sort of like a hallway behind like this, the way behind her. The only like ways that could lead to an exit, there's up the stairs, on either side.
Is
Like,
this viable or no?
yes, you could go that way. You won't be able to get back down to the entrance hall, but you could go either like sneak up the stairs or kind of duck around. This is open, so she could see you if you like went too far this way, but
And
you can kind of walk out behind her.
where is her office?
Her office is back down in, so like if you went down these stairs,
Okay, so I have to go.
and out into the entrance hall. Yes.
Okay, so I have to somehow is this, but she might see me here, and I go here and then here.
Yeah. So like, like that.
Oh, okay, so I can
And
go
right
here.
now you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, but it's just that right now her field of vision is like this.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. I will go here, yes, and then wait for a moment, and just try my best to wait for like a moment of like maybe she's distracted by something here or there to go out there.
Oh, and like slip past her.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You are taking a risk because like she could very easily look in like
Yeah,
that direction. Okay. All right, go ahead and roll. You could roll stealth and
He's not good at this. I'm perfectly okay with that.
perfect. Let's see. Either stealth and dexterity or let's do stealth and dexterity because you're trying like
He's trying to do something
not
that's
to you're not really like hiding, you're just trying not to draw attention to yourself, and so
Yeah.
you're trying to be like quiet, it seems like.
he's definitely got a blood surge.
Great. Do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Stealth, dexterity, 2 dice, please. He'll burn willpower.
Amazing.
To
Okay.
reroll those 2 dice.
So you can reroll 2 dice.
Yes.
That's 1 success and 1 failure. Okay, so you have 2 successes.
That is all the ability stuff he's got. Yes.
Hmm. Let me decide if I want. Let's see. Okay, well, you're doing because you're being quiet. So yeah. Wow. All right.
Ooh.
She's very busy thinking about other things right now. So you stand and wait here, and you're basically so you're just trying to be quiet and wait till she like turns around.
Yeah, gets distracted by literally anything, even if it's like my companions calling her back.
Okay. Um. Here's the. Even though I don't want to overrule the dice necessarily, but like even though you are like being quiet standing there. If you're just standing here, eventually she's gonna turn back.
Oh, can she
And,
see
like-
through this? I'm sorry.
Oh
That's-
yeah, I'm sorry. That's her field of like. So this is a banister.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
If you wanted to like tuck behind a wall, like there's some you could like tuck behind a column back here maybe. But like right now, I was imagining you were like standing there waiting, and I was like, she's gonna see you eventually.
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting this isn't a wall.
Can I have like I can see that Bedrick's a little struggling a little, and I'll like approach the lady.
Yeah, you're welcome to do that. Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah,
I know that's why the floor plan isn't very good. So like there's like cover kind of along here, but all of this is like so you could stand behind a column.
Okay.
But all of this is open, otherwise you can see across.
So he will go behind a column, and then I think now
Okay.
that I remember, there's like archways, right?
Mhm.
So whenever she's distracted, he's gonna just
Like-
jump down.
Oh my god. Okay. Sure. Okay. So and Yana, you're going over to you want to distract her.
yeah, I'll just go like so that her back is to Bedrick.
Okay, like call her over.
Yeah. Or I'll approach her. Um.
Thank you.
So I think we're ready to discuss the like billing and stuff and paying for this room. But I did have a couple of questions so I used to work in an art museum, and I just wanted to know about some of the pieces you have in that room.
Oh, sure. I mean, obviously none of our none of our exhibit works are up right now, but I can talk about the room itself if you'd like, and some of the busts and the frescoes. Is that what you were wondering about? And she does like
And the
turn
ceiling
to look.
too.
She like
Yeah.
turns to look at you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. And at this point, I can't stop drawing. Stop. Bethany, do you jump down and like scurry down the stairs?
Oh,
Okay.
this is the opposite of what he's
Please,
used to.
can you make me like an athletics dexterity roll?
Yes, he will rouse again.
Okay. Cool.
Yep. Okay, he's going to spend a willpower for that
Yeesh.
one dice.
Oh my
Reroll that
god.
one dice.
This isn't difficult. It's not a long drop, but like,
He's gonna.
I mean, so Yana can also see like what's happening behind
Yeah.
Grace. So
yeah,
she's
she can see
getting
Bethany
ready
trying
to
to drop off a balcony.
she's getting ready to like start coughing if it needs like having like choking or something.
Okay.
Comes to it.
Can you make me
Help action? Does get anything?
um does that normally that adds a die sometimes, right?
Yeah. Rules are written
Okay.
adds one die.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead and add a die because I think this would, if Yana's like coughing, doing stuff, then Andiala would like go over to her and be like, "Hey, are you okay? Is like, what's going on?" And be distracted. So like noise wise and perfect. Doesn't matter.
Can that will?
Um,
Is this a black die?
Oh my god.
I'm trying to.
You're trying to get that one more success.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a black die because you already rolled your 300 die.
Okay. This is the last. This is all that's left.
You-
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay.
I'll roll
Yana's
for
on the
do it.
ground coughing.
Do it. Let me just fucking
You
fall off. and
because
like-
you didn't just fall off. You rolled a bestial failure.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay, just give me one second. Goddamn.
Yana will faint if needed.
Yana is ready.
Y'all are locked in.
This is about to go real badly.
It's about to go real great. Mm. Okay. I think because of the circumstances, the nature of this bestial failure isn't necessarily just like doing your compulsion or like or something similar. I think it's more of like the like you reaching the breaking point of everything that has been going through your head for the last 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're like okay, I have to get out of here, like there's something I have to do, I have to sneak past her, like I
Here,
can't
if
see
it helps,
her.
I'll tell you what his intention was.
Yeah,
Is
go
to
ahead.
go to her office and
Yep.
question the kid.
That's exactly what I thought you were gonna do.
Yeah.
Which is perfect. Like it's sort of become like what was supposed to be like, oh, just sneak past her and go down there, is sort of like has become basically a desperate scramble to get down there.
Yeah.
And I Yana, go ahead and make me a performance check really quick. I just want to see you.
I will also get rid of the flush of life if needed.
Oh my god.
We get rid of blush away.
Like, pretend I'm dead.
No,
Oh my god.
I think
You're
that's
like, I will do everything. But just go ahead and make me a initial performance check for your coughing fit.
And manipulation. Or,
Go for it.
okay.
Um,
Oh, and does this get an
Yeah,
acting
go for it.
as damsel? Okay.
Yeah. That's what I
Oh
was
man.
gonna- Just add all those dice. Okay,
Oh.
3 successes. Like, um, fuck. Okay. The thing is, she is like definitely distracted by you. She's very worried about you. Bethany did just fail to jump off of a ledge onto the floor. Um, and I think the like everything that is running through your mind right now, Bethany, like of who she seems to be and of like what that means. Like you are it's like both embarrassment right now and desperation to be in control of the situation that you
Yeah.
are very quickly losing, that you have lost control of. And like I think there's a split second of like you hit the ground and it definitely makes a noise. And Andiela is up there, like leaning over Yana, and she's like starts to turn your way. I want to know like what Bethric does. And it's like it's just like panic and fear and like losing control. Like what is his gut reaction?
Yeah, so he falls off and like collapses, basically going prone right there, and it's very much his like muscle memory of like, oh yeah, play off all the situations, just like act like it's okay, goes in effect at first, but in his head he's like, that's it. Like it's like something breaks for a moment as he's like, I need to know, and it's all this like trying to go around, like being deceptive and trying to go around things that's causing the problem. A bit of his like ventru compulsion to play into is like that arrogance that like, no, why do I have to sneak around?
Yeah.
Goes into that, and he's just like, internally, he's just like, if it is what it is, then I'll find out and I'll just figure it out. There's nothing that's going to stop me from figuring this out.
Are you walking toward Andiela or going down the stairs?
No, he just stays there, I think. Like very
He's just gonna
much
stand there.
expecting her to arrive and resolving to just do this the quick but messy way.
Okay. So yeah, Yana, you're given the performance of a lifetime, but there is like a thunk. And it's like as a
like
oh,
grab Andiela's arm.
um I think because this is like happening very quickly. Like you saw
Mm.
Yezhik trying to escape and you came and you like are doing this. I think that there's like you will be able to do that, but Andiela is going to turn around first. Like you won't have enough time to like do to stop her from completely turning. So there is a thunk, and Yezhik, you like stand up and you're like I think sort of there's the muscle memory of like straightening yourself up, but it's very like distracted and like okay, like as you're formulating in your mind, like I have to do this, like I'm going to get answers, like she's going to tell me what I need to know.
Yeah.
And Andiela like turns and looks at you and like looks up at the ledge and then back down on you. She's like, "What is going on? What is happening? Are you
Benric
okay? What?"
stands up, right? Just like brushes himself off, letting out like a heated breath of just like over this shit. And I think at first, like if it didn't go so badly, if he had more control, he would have been able to play off as like, oh, sorry, I've come terribly clumsy and whatnot, but none of that goes through his head. He brushes himself off, just like stares for like a scary daggers at Andela because yes, if she is who he thinks he is, he has there's problems. There's a lot of things happening. But if she isn't, then she doesn't matter. If she's not who he thinks she is, it doesn't matter. And so going off that assumption, all that matters now is knowing. And says, "That's enough, Ogiana." And he's just gonna approach Andela like with like almost like the way he approaches is scary. It's like no like a ruthless sort of glare in his eyes.
Yeah, there's not enough like control there for you to do your normal like peaceful manipulative like let's be friends almost sort of act. It's just like I will find out.
Yeah.
Yana, do you stop coughing up a lung.
She'll like make it softer and softer at least, so it's not just like she was. She's like, oh,
Just, like, fade out.
I think I got I figured it out. It's okay, I'm
Okay.
fine now.
She like looks at you and then looks back at Gejik and sort of like stumbles to her feet. And like there's a second before where she was like, okay, what is going on here? Like concern and confusion. And she's like, now that she makes eye contact with you again, it's like turning into fear. And she like takes a step back toward sort of the arcade of pillars behind her and is like,
And Della,
what is going on?
I think his voice reverberates, and he's gonna use mesmerize.
Okay. One rouse check. All right. Go ahead and roll that for me.
Yeah, this will play into this. Now,
Wait, let me check something.
yeah, go ahead.
Intelligence plus resolve. Okay. What were you gonna say?
My question's gonna be like, basically, Bedrick's gonna ask her questions and whatnot. Would it be like an okay sort of command to be like, answer all my questions truthfully, and then get like multiple questions out of it, or would you have to be like one question, or how much does mesmerize? Would you rule that it lets me do?
It is complex commands. I'm gonna do this because it's I think answer my questions truthfully is enough, like would work as a complex command. But even though normally this isn't contested because she is mortal, this
She's
does work on
prepared.
her. But I do want you to roll, not necessarily to see like I want you to roll and wait, let me look at what your dice pulls really quick. It's what, manipulation plus dominate?
Yeah.
Jesus, that's so many. Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll, and the number of successes you get is the number of questions you get.
Okay. My herd phlegmatic bonus apply.
She's not in your. I think your herd is
No,
contained
like
to.
what I mean is I have phlegmatic.
Oh,
resonance.
the phlegmatic. Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So,
Phlegmatic is
+1 die on dominate rolls.
Yeah, you get that. Okay,
Okay.
it's a lot of dice.
Is there any more shenanigans? Because he is in ruthless mode. Yeah, he tried doing something that he's not good at. Now we're just going all in. Oh my
Okay.
god.
3. All right. Really quick.
Yeah.
You have I think that you can kind of, this is kind of up to you. This is probably like Bedrick is going to ask questions that are on his mind, like he doesn't have a lot of time to plan. I will give you a second to think about your questions because I want to just really quick tie up what Iris was doing in the other room.
Sure, real quick, and I'll also
And then
burn
we'll-
willpower to get more questions, hopefully.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
one more.
One more. Okay, 4 questions. So let's really quick bring Iris up to speed and then we will come back to this moment. Yeah, so Yana is getting up off the floor. You are bearing down on Diela with essentially a death glare. Iris, you just kind of came out of your fugue and were sketching furiously. And I think probably you were pretty absorbed in that. And by the time you look up, Renee is like standing next to you, looking out, but not looking at you anymore. And probably like the thump is what finally like breaks you completely out of your premonition. Like premonition drawing haze. And so like you are now in the rotunda room. Renee is there, like sort of like looking at you and now staring concerned out into the hall. Nobody else is in the room.
I'm probably going to panically run out to see what everyone's staring at.
Okay. I think when you go, that sort of like startles Renee. He's like, oh, and like runs out with you and is like, Bedrick, what's going on? And as you come out, you see like Bedrick crossing across this landing and going up to where Andelia is, and he's not looking at anybody else. He's just like glaring at her.
Yeah.
And Betrik, what is the first question you ask her?
I think, yeah, like, at first, like, you know it's business because his voice almost reverberates in hard, stern tone that you will answer my questions truthfully, and you can see her eyes kind of glaze over. And he goes, what is your full birth name and date?
Um, there's like that, like you said, her eyes glaze over, like that fear and like confusion that was starting to turn into like almost an animal panic, like just sort of sloughs off her, and she goes a little bit like relaxes almost, and is like, Andiela Krasnova. Remind me what year? Would it be 69? 70? It'd be
6.
70, right?
I need to check now, man. Yeah, let's just say 70 for now. I think 70.
Probably 70.
Yeah.
Um,
Basically, a date that would make sense, correct?
yeah, I was just trying to look at now what would be the end of 69. So yeah, so she goes like, April 15, 1970.
I think then, hearing Renee speak up, I just, like, give him a death glare and continue.
He just immediately is like, okay, I'm not gonna, like,
What
something
is-
is very wrong and there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, I think Renee has seen Marcus act this way, but not Bedrick.
Yeah.
This is very much how Marcus would deal with, like, business partners he doesn't care about.
Yeah.
What is the full name of your mother?
Irene Krasnova?
He, like, falters then. There is a moment of just, like, not relaxation, but just all that confidence he was carrying with him, like, starts almost like a faucet being turned on, starts leaving, but before it can fully leave, he, like, breathes out and goes, um, oh shit. Okay. These are born.
Two more?
Um, does your mother? How is your mother doing? Does she? Yeah, I know that's vague, but yeah, how is your mother doing? How is your mother's health and well-being?
She's doing fine. She got sick last year, but she recovered okay. She hasn't left the house much since then, but she's doing okay. I was able to afford a caretaker for her. We live together.
I think there's a pause enough for, like, anyone's reactions to become more evident to Bedrick, because that like, because he is, like, losing some steam now. How is everyone else responding before he asks his last question?
For his part, Renee has like come up to where Yana is standing, and he's like, he looks stricken. Like there's a part of him that almost wants to like step forward to you, and then the other part of him is scared, and it's because he's like he would never fuck with Marcus, and you're friends, but like I think he's like you. He doesn't know whether to like be your friend or to stay the fuck out of your way, and it's like he's very conflicted and kind of afraid. What about Yana?
Yana would take Renee's hand to kind of comfort him because she's like, the way that Bedrick looked at him was kind of mean. And she can tell that Renee's a little distressed. But she is taking mental notes of everything that's being said.
He would like it kind of pulls him out a little bit. And he still looks very like not same expressions on his face, but he does like squeeze your hand.
What about Iris?
Iris, you walked into this room and Bedrick is furious and clearly has done something to this woman. if you're here right now.
Have I seen him like this before?
No.
No. Yeah, I'm still kind of like half awake. The whole days thing is still setting in. Um, I see stuff, but nothing's really processing. I'll
Mhm.
process later, but not right now. Kind of just
Yeah,
shocked.
I think as like watching, because you got out right as Bezrik was like coming up the stairs toward Andiela, it's just sort of like a confusion between that and the vision you just saw. And there's a moment of like, huh, like, am I back in it? You know, like this anger directed at somebody you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Bedrick will take a step forward and get even closer to Andela. And for this last question, he's going to like get really close to her such that he's whispering it in her ears, right? One hand on her shoulder and make sure that like she's like Andela try to have it so Andela's like whispering the answer back.
Mm-hmm.
And he will ask in a whisper, and I fully would love people to do awareness checks to see if they can hear. Uh, and he will ask, "What is the full name of your father?"
Oof. Okay. Is anybody listening to see if they can
I
hear
would
what he
like to.
says?
Yeah. What should I roll?
I'll try.
Roll roll me um did a awareness and wits.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I. Wait, I have. Oh, only 3
Awareness.
dice. Jeez. Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
Wait, you have a
Um,
never mind, you don't have enough.
4, 5, 6, 3.
4, 5, 6, 3.
3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, the hunger
Okay, so
dice
that's
are
one.
4 and 3.
Okay. So that's one success. And then oh. Okay. Well, um wow. All right. So wait, let me look at Yana. No, you don't have that. Okay, cool. Um None of you hear what Bezrik says. But Bezrik, your command was just answer my questions truthfully.
Yep.
And the whole time she's been a little bit like, I haven't quite been delivering it that way, but she's been pretty like out of it, disconnected monotone. And so
Yeah.
when she answers you, it is the same tone and volume as all the other questions. So
That's one
she
more
kind of goes,
detail that I
oh, go
think
ahead.
people could notice, right? This whole time, Bedrick he very much started like he was intensely angry at this person, and that slipped away. And by this last question, when he does approach her and ask it in her ear, it's a very much like gentle hand on the shoulder. It's very much like the opposite of like almost as if you're scared of breaking something.
And in the same sort of like disconnected, she's like, Mom didn't talk about him much, but she said before when she was married, her last name was Yezhikova. And I saw a picture once of them, and it said Bedrich.
He's going to look back at her as her eyes start unglazing and say, I understand. You should forget this conversation happened, and he will use cloud memory.
Oh, okay, go for it.
And not just this conversation, but his intention is to remove the like whole spectacle as well.
Wait, are
That
you using it
is.
just on her?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Hey, you want to lose some memories?
Yeah, I don't. That's what I was like.
Hey, do you want to forget what you just found out? Yeah, yeah. So you guys didn't hear what Bedrich said, but you know, um, and this is just the last few minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you would be able to erase enough that like she like as she starts slipping out of that, like coming back to herself, I think you are close enough and paying enough attention to her to see the like where her face goes from neutral to like locking eyes with you and fear.
Yeah.
And before she has the chance to stumble back, you say that and her face kind of like clouds over again
Yeah.
and there's a beat.
I think, like, because mesmerize doesn't fuck with your memory, so she remembers answering the questions, and so if she really has seen a picture, things start like, clicking for her, and those eyes, like, of her understanding, Bedrick sees as he has like a sad expression on his face before he wipes the slate clean.
Mhm. Yeah, it's kind of that like fear and then like actually looking at him because before she was more worried about B-boy, she was worried about like her job and she didn't really give him that much of a second glance. So there is a moment where she like really looks at him and then you say forget and her eyes cloud over again. And then she kind of like blinks and looks down and looks to your hand on her shoulder and like takes a step back. She's like, I'm sorry, can I help you?
Yes, Miss Krasnova, that was. Thank you. You've helped us a lot. We'll be in contact, but I believe Mr. Santana will be very happy with the accommodations.
She like looks around at all of you who are now out here and she kind of like um are you sure you don't want me to show you more? Is that everything?
Yes, that's everything. It's quite all right. We have some other matters to attend to, and I'm sure. And he like makes eye contact with her, like again since his last question, and says, "I'm sure you and I will be working together closer in the next few weeks."
Um, okay, all right. I should get back to Bivoy. Is there anything you want me to tell the director?
Just let him know that Mrs. Montana would appreciate more, you know, consistency with dealings and meetings that are set up beforehand. And Bedrick will begin walking down the stairs.
She kind of gives a little like she goes from her like very kind of confused days to like took a little bit of a like not necessarily offense, but a little like okay, all right, and kind of like straightens herself out and she's like, very well, I'll pass the message along. Um, I'm sure you all know the way out then.
Bedrick continues going. He's already. He's trying not to focus on the situation.
What are the rest of you doing?
Yana will just smile and thank her and follow Patrick.
I'll probably just head out, I guess. Guess if we're done.
Andiela is also gonna kind of head down the stairs and back toward her office and like stand in the doorway to watch you all go. And you all are going back out the front.
Yup.
Okay.
Bedrick is going to be waiting outside for the rest of them for a moment because he realizes they heard a lot. And just say, perhaps we should have a conversation in my car.
Renee, I think at this point is has Yana still been holding his hand?
Yeah.
Okay. He kind of like squeezes your hand again and like gives you like a little pat on the arm and then steps away from you toward Bedrick. Goes, Bedrick, what's going on? Are you I haven't seen you do that before.
Yes, and I realize it might have been startling, but these conversations are best held in more private settings. And he still has a bit of that sting in his voice as he gestures towards where he's parked his car.
You do
Mm.
kind of see a little bit of like a not hurt exactly, but like a little like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have like gotten involved quite yet. Because I think you still like he's still thinking about like Marcus and how you've been acting. And so he kind of like takes a little step back toward Yana again. Is like, okay, and looks toward Yana to see what you do.
I'm open for discussion, but perhaps we can take it somewhere a bit more public.
Bedrick like stops on one of the steps on the way down and just looks back at Yana. Public. Have you
Yes,
not
I mean,
learned anything of our sorts of matters?
I think you can understand though that we just witnessed you essentially brainwash that woman. So I think it makes plenty of sense that I might be a bit hesitant to be alone with you right now. Or like that we should be alone with you right now.
Bedrick scoffs a bit and says, "You are not alone, are you? I'm not so powerful that it would make a huge difference with all of us together. I'm just simply don't want any certain matters to be overheard, those that might breach certain rules."
Iris, what are you doing right now?
Face down. Oh, but then since I think it'd be kind of her move to be like, oh, let's go meet at my place if we want to talk.
Sure, we can do this. Iris, you do have your bike to look to. I can give Yana and Renee a lift.
Oh. I
Oh.
think we can take the subway and meet there.
Renee, can you? Let me.
Yeah, I will say, I see. Renee, do you wish to do the same? And it's
Poor
very much
Renee.
a tug of war.
Oh, Jesus. I need to write this down instead of looking back at my previous, keeping this in my head.
Keep what in your head?
Renee's stats. I had them written down on a different piece of paper, and then I was like, I'll remember them. And now every time I have to look back at what I rolled last.
Like, good or bad? That's
Okay.
2 successes.
He kind of there's a long moment of hesitation, and like longer than you would expect, Bedri, considering how long you've known Renee.
Yeah.
And he's like looking at Iris. I mean, sorry, looking at Yana, and then looking at you and being like, and then you kind of see him like finally look back to you for a long moment, and then like take a bit of a breath and be like, "No, Yana, it's okay. I'm sure that that was a stressful situation, but we can just talk it out and let's ride back with him."
Hmm.
I think Bedrick's in a mentally vulnerable place. He's at Hunger 4, by the way, so he's letting a lot more of his emotions show. So
He's doing great.
very immaturely, he almost like, I see, and then like looks to Yana with her like eyebrow raised, as in like, you know, like he knows what's going on here. They're both manipulative. They're both like, hey, this is my win over you.
Uh, it's okay, Renee. I see. You should join Bedrick. I'll just stop for a little snack before I meet you all there. Okay?
His face goes like kind of like what? Like he doesn't say anything out loud, but he's sort of like I don't know what to do. Um and he's like, are you sure? I mean, we could find something for you to eat at Iris's or something. I mean,
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll
Mm.
just take the subway by myself.
I-
Even though I've never taken it by myself before, and who knows what
Oh.
could be down there.
Then you should
He
take the
looks
ride
up
with
and-
us, unless of course you lack faith
I think I'd
in
rather
both
risk
of us.
subway.
I see. You'd rather risk the subway than being in either of our company.
Okay, let's. I think a lot just happened. Yana, are you all right? I mean, it's we'll be fine. I promise. Like I've known Bedri for years, and he's a good guy. I swear. He like kind of pulls you off for a sidebar, and like
Okay, alright, I trust you. All right. Okay, fine. I'll do it.
okay, thank you.
Just for you,
Yes.
okay?
Yeah. Thanks. I really appreciate it. He's I think he could just use a friend right now.
Mm. But just be on the lookout, in case he seems a bit unpredictable right now.
It's just been a stressful day. It'll be fine.
Says Miss Unpredictable. As you
Renee, I was gonna say, Renee, you're too kind and too trusting of individual. She'll just pat him and rejoin Bendrick.
as you
And
two
Iris.
return, you see that like immature sort of side of Bedrick leaves, and he like sort of acknowledges that like, as it's not easy like if you don't feel safe to still be willing to take that risk. So he acknowledges the ability to, you know, go against what you or want to actually do. As well.
All right, so you all are heading back toward the car.
Mhm.
Yep.
All right, Iris, are you gonna bike back?
Yes.
Iris got lucky.
So
What?
I don't because
You
you
all are
had your
gonna
own public
die in the car.
transportation. Yeah.
Bring a bike next time.
Oh, get a bike. So you all walk toward the car. Bedri, you have to lead the way because you're the only one who knows
Yeah, of
where you're
course.
parked.
I get into the front driver's seat. Do the two of you get in the back, or is anyone shotgun or whatnot?
Where does Yana go?
Yana goes in the back, right behind
Okay.
Bedrick's seat.
Renee he like stands there and then he slowly goes and sits in the back. But there's something I want to resolve before as you all are going to get into the car. Bedri,
Mm-hmm.
you just got done with a very stressful situation and there's a lot going on and you were focused on getting answers for a moment there. Like everything else was drowned out. You've stepped outside now and like this little squabble with Renee and Yana is over and like suddenly you're sort of like left to your not like left to your own devices again. Sort of like the
My conscious is waking up
events
again.
have passed. Yeah. But also a lot happened all at once and you just kind of went and acted and it weren't necessarily in control. And now that like things have sort of come back into normal speed again, you start to feel where you didn't necessarily feel before, that hunger pulling at you because you were fine and you had things under control and then all of a sudden you pushed harder maybe than you've pushed in a very long time and you were so focused on Diala before that you weren't listening to yourself, but now what was whispers is there in your head. It's not just in the background anymore. It's usually very much in the background. You have easy access to food, but like her voice is it's like she's standing next to you. And you haven't heard her voice like for real in a long time. This has been the only version of her you've heard for a long time. And it's the version that's like you could have done better. You could have found out more. Why did you lose control? You should have just she's yours. You should have just taken what you needed. You could have fed right there. What are you doing?
I think he had not. Like, I also was thinking about like, oh, that is true technically. If you want to think about it in a really fucked up way, she does meet the criteria.
Yeah.
he is like very much still, like he's walking, he's talking, but he's still stuck in his head somewhere, and he just repeats a phrase he does every so often that comes to him whenever he's just trying to center himself. A random little fact about butterflies just to remind himself who he is and what he was before the beast, and just tries to keep it in check just for a little longer.
It it's not quite like a laugh, but like there's sort of that like kind of a chuckle, I think, that's so much colder than the way that she laughed when you knew her. It's like, really? You think about me when you want to keep control. Why not just listen to me? Go back in. She's right there. You need it. You deserve it.
Well, and he thinks to himself, responding to the voice, I've never been good at taking what I want, have I?
You make me composure.
Mm-hmm. Composure, anything else?
You can do composure resolve if you want. Or composure. It's the same amount of dice. Okay. I think you you are still going through the motions of like getting in your car, getting ready, but like that itch is in the back of your head and it's not going, like, you're not compelled to go back in, but like it's almost going to be hard to drive because it's so, like, there is somebody who you didn't think about it for a long, you avoided thinking about her, you avoided worrying about it, and now suddenly this voice is like, no, you should have, like, she's part of your herd, like you should be going back in there. And so it's going to be like, you're able to go through the motions, but like it's really strong. Like if you don't feed soon,
Yeah.
you don't.
I think it's
You
never,
find lose
I
control
don't think
again.
it's gone this bad for him ever. And so he sits down in the driver's seat. There is someone in the shotgun seat, only he can see. And
Yeah.
it's who he remembers, how she looks like. And all of a sudden, finally hearing this little bit about her after so many years, the figure next to him ages to what she may look like now. And he just realizes all those years that were lost. And this figure continues, like, uh, you know, telling him to go in, telling him all these things from this shotgun seat.
Yeah. For a second, she looks so much like the woman you just met. But it's been 40 years. And not only is she old and sick and so much time has passed, she had your daughter, and then your daughter had a son, and there's so much that you missed. So you can go home, but she will be in that seat with you all the way to Iris's place.
Mm-hmm. Everyone buckled up, ready?
Mm.
Bedry.
And there's moments passing by for this? Like, was Bedrick just sitting there, not doing anything for a couple of moments?
He's, like buckling a seatbelt, getting the key out, but it is like slow, methodical, sort of mindless action. And
It's very stiff as well. It's like
mm,
he's having to really concentrate on each action rather than just like, relaxing and doing it because he's done it thousands of times.
Yeah, I was gonna like give Renee a look and like not like move her head toward him, like toward Bedrick's, just to like make sure that he's watching.
keep your eyes on the road. Okay.
He's going to, as right before Bedry goes, right, being a good driver that he is, he moves the, what's it called, rear view mirror just to make sure he can make eye contact with them in the backseat if he has to.
Not to see through the rear view mirror. I mean, the rear window.
you can do that. It'll be fine. But there's other dangers on the road.
Mm.
So, awkward car ride home. You probably all considering the little like there's a little traffic and Bethric is a little bit out of it. You probably get back around the same time to Iris's place.
I think over the car ride, one of the things they noticed the most
Mhm.
is now he's very much showing the signs of hunger. He's showing the signs
Yeah.
of like at first it was emotional intensity, but now it's like very, recognizable kindred intensity of like, oh, he's hungry.
Okay. So you park at the base of Petrine. You can't drive up into the park, but there's spots down below. And you all head up together to the Magic Cavern.
Yeah, although Yana would put a hand on Vedrik's shoulder and say, can see you're getting a bit antsy. If you want, I'm happy to offer a drink.
Oh, are you now?
Oh, yes.
And is this a common practice of yours? Looks at Renee.
Wait, for Renee to answer?
Well, just anyone can answer, but
Or-
he does like show that he like makes eye contact with Renee to see if Renee will divulge anything.
Renee
Oh.
looks at Yana and then looks at you. Go ahead and make a let's see.
Vedrik's
Insight
very...
insight
Wait.
whatever it could be intelligence or charisma, whatever you think like you knowing Renee for this long, you know how to read him, like which stat you think Bedrick would use.
Well, for Bedrick reading Renee,
Yeah, it'd probably be intelligence.
yeah, just the having because Renee doesn't do much
This is
or
more
take
about
initiative
recognizing
much.
the signs.
It's just like
Okay, that's fine. Let me see what. Let's see. He
No,
only
even-
rolled 3 dice last time.
no black dice to reroll.
Well, there you go. Um, look, this has been a tense night. Renee already has been in a really weird spot with you two, and so like, he doesn't say anything, but like, there's a little bit of like a confused, maybe panicked recognition in his face as he like looks between the two of you and like catches your eye, clearly asking him this question and being like, clearly something went on between the two of them.
And if I may, can I also read whether or not how he feels about the possibility of me feeding off Yana?
I think he's just like really like
That's not a priority thought, and it's just focusing on the first part, or
yeah, it's not necessarily he wasn't like at first there's just like a well, like whoa, why are you bringing this up? And then like you kind of see him cycle through. Like he's over the years gotten much better at keeping a facade up and like Custis is a very etiquette based person, but like he's around two people he's comfortable with, and so like it's very clear to see that sort of old habit of like the emotion cycling through his face, and so it's like confusion and like, oh, what's going on? And then there's a little bit of like jealousy, but just a little like flash of that, like what are you doing, Yana? Kind of.
Mm-hmm. How does Yana respond when he back to the conversation itself?
What did you ask again? If it's
But, like,
customary?
Yeah, is this something you do often?
I don't do it often, but it is a fairly common practice from where I come from.
Oh,
But I know that you taught me better, so I don't do it much here. But I am trying to help you out.
well, who am I to, bark at goodwill? Uh, DM, does she apply to my taste, considering what happened last session?
Oh,
What
Lord.
happened?
I believe it works because
I mean,
of stuff.
yeah. Yeah. Like I mean, not just what happened last session. Well, pretty much like considering everything you've done as far as like trying to help, making the introduction, standing up for her, like I definitely think this counts.
Okay.
But you know what will happen
Yeah.
if you okay.
If he goes too far, of course. But
Yeah, but
this is the first time and only time he's gonna be this week. Right?
okay. Are you just gonna take
Doubt.
any precautions or like
No, he's going to like since she offered, he's gonna follow her to see how she wants to do it.
okay. Have you guys gone into the park at this point?
Yes, we're in the
Or are
park.
you
I wanna
still
say.
standing
Like
okay.
we're outside
Yeah.
of the car.
Okay. So you have some cover of trees, but and there's not a lot of people around at this hour. It's getting kind of late. It's like there's no one around. What do you, Yana? What do you do?
Just tuck her hair back and like reveal her neck.
Oh,
Okay, didn't even choose the wrist to go in. Bedrick
okay.
will like look at Yana, look at Renee, like putting together the possibility that this has happened before between them, and then just like not be able to think about that, but he will at least, because he does care about Renee, and even if it was a little bit of jealousy, he will nod his head as if like showing his thankfulness to Renee to be like, hey, I'm gonna do this because I need it, but there's nothing else, and he will drink from Yana.
What?
Yeah, that's
Renee
slowly
like
corrupting.
looks stricken. It's very much a tug of war between like, what are you doing? And also like, I want to help you because you're my friend and not be mad at you, but like, what? It looks like he was kind of okay with it up to the point where it's like you're just drinking straight from your neck. Like he's like, what's going on? But he doesn't do anything.
Does
He
Yana
just sort of
notice
gets
that
there's a
jealousy?
yeah, there's like a what? But he doesn't like stop. But he definitely isn't happy. And you can I think that's pretty obvious for Yana to see.
I need to check something because he is actually breaking something else. Better keys. I need to see what this does. If you look at his flaw, that's the thing I'm trying to figure out, Nora.
I need to make this sheet bigger. I can't see anything. Oh,
Yeah, and a few things, right? Of course,
wait.
how Yana is, and then also Renee's right there.
The being observed.
Yeah.
It does say mortals.
Oh, really?
Hmm. So I think I will leave this up to you. How does Bezri feel? He's never done this before.
Yes, I think I
Like,
will have it apply here as well because it's fun.
like it feels similar.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
he's only doing this very much because he is like trying to just banish those thoughts. This would never be like plan A, B, or C for him.
This is Plan Z. This normally has to do with the victim, but I do want to say what's going to happen is there's a moment like when you're like, okay, I'm going to do this, where you get that kind of like discomfort of like, this is not how this is supposed to go. And either you can make a willpower roll, or sorry, either you can burn a willpower and just like do this, or like you have to take a step back and be like, okay, like, wait, I need to, like, we need to either go somewhere more private or like that hesitation will get in the way.
Sure, he will burn the willpower, but not as a thing of like it's hard for him to do, but as if he's like, in the fuck it mentality of like
Yeah,
not
absolutely.
prioritizing
Like,
this.
no, I'm just doing this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you take a sip. How much are you drinking?
Bedrick will read her body language after drinking one to see how she's doing.
Yana, has anyone ever drank from you before? Because you do
Oh
this
yeah,
to other
she's a
people.
ghoul. She was a cool as a
Oh,
mortal.
true. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is familiar. I think
Mhm.
it's up to you, but like, if it's familiar, but I think as much as like by definition, the kiss is meant to be pleasant for whoever is experiencing it. I think there's also maybe like a little bit like a familiar discomfort because like you've had your autonomy for a long time now. It's been a while since you had to deal with giving your blood to somebody else.
Mhm. Yeah. I think she would like. Okay, that's enough.
Yeah, he will.
Just to sip.
Yeah, he won't like go so far as you feel like you have to say something. But if he can read any body language, he's gonna stop.
Yeah, like maybe just like her mouth twitches. That's it. Then.
Yeah. So 1 point of hunger.
Okay. 1 point of hunger. I think Betsy, when you like pull back, and kind of are like regaining yourself, there is a moment like has taken a step back. He's still kind of standing close by, but he's taking a step back and he looks like kind of confused and uncomfortable looking at you and at Yana, but he is just sort of like standing there. He's always played a very passive role. He's not going to speak up and say anything, but he just like doesn't like the weird situation he's standing in right now.
Oh no! It's gonna weird about a bit more, but very customary, right? Yesik will close the wound.
Cool.
Oh boy. Okay.
What is happening?
Oh,
That's why he just licks Yana a little bit.
Wait, am I in my house?
I
Is this happening in my house?
in the park
It's
outside
happening
your house,
outside your
Oh.
house.
So Iris
So
is
like you
not enough.
probably
dude.
you
If
probably all got back around the same time.
Iris would take
If
a bit
Iris
longer
was-
to hiking, so she could honestly ride back and see this.
Yeah, like this would probably be about the time like Iris would be in the area and you're looking for your friends. So you probably do see this as it's like you didn't see the conversation beforehand, but like, oh, this is the scene you walk in on basically.
And then Yana will quickly just like put her hair back and then walk over to Renee and put a hand on his arm and be like, "Are you okay? I'm sorry you had to watch that."
He kind of like not jumps a little bit, but almost there's a little like gonna move away from you, but doesn't. It's like, no, I'm fine. That was just, yeah, no, I'm okay. He doesn't look like he believes it, but
And she'll just give him a smile then and like, I guess like rub his back a bit discreetly, like comforting.
he kind of looks like. Can you make? I want you to make me a roll,
Uh-huh.
but I'm trying to figure out what roll. Let's pull up your sheet. Do you think this would be manipulation?
I think this was actually like Yana kind of goes back and forth with Renee. I think like it
Mhm.
started off with manipulation, but there are moments where she is pretty genuine. So I don't think this is manipulation right now.
Okay. Um. I think then roll persuasion. Um. And charisma for me
Oh
because
boy.
this is just a like yeah. Sorry, your dice pulled worse, but that's what you get for being genuine. Okay. He kind of like there's a moment where he like leans into you a little bit, and then he kind of like puffs out a breath and like takes a step away. He's like, "Okay, we should go inside now."
Okay, that's nice.
Agree. Bedrick has taken like a handkerchief out and he's just like wiping his hands and dabbing his mouth as if to like it was not a pleasant experience for him.
Yeah. Renee is still frowning at you. He did just watch his like best friend be really weird with the girl he likes.
Yeah, like this
So
is the vampire version of cucking. It's very weird.
he's not.
That's
It's
the
not hard
major
to not
bro
good tonight.
bro code.
Yeah, what the hell, man? Okay. So are you guys going inside?
Yeah,
Oh, yep.
Okay. Iris, does Milo like wait up for you, or do they probably go to sleep at in the evening, and like it's getting more toward it's more like not quite 10 at this point, but
Oh, yeah, that's probably tuck in time. I mean, I'm okay with Milo just doing whatever.
okay.
So.
They might be like out like in, their kind of own area, whatever. So like it's quiet in the house. Things are, closed down for the evening. Um and you guys enter in through the you go up around to the door and come in. What are you all doing?
Bedrick will like lean against one of the walls, try to make sure it's not too covered with carp, and says, "Well, should I start, or do you guys all have any questions?"
I personally think that you should start. What do you think, Iris?
I have no idea what's going on, so you're gonna have to explain.
I recognize the young woman we met back there, and so had to figure out if I was correct in that recognition.
I did hear her say Bedrick.
She did.
So she is your daughter?
Bedrick, like, it's not a glare and it's not like mean, but he like stares at you as if like trying to convey the like be very careful when you say those, and not for like, because it's getting on his nerves or anything, just because it's dangerous, or that piece of information is dangerous. And he'll just say, "I believe so."
Anna's gonna give a smug look and challenge him. like like to kind of make it known that like, yes, I do know this about you. And I do know that it's powerful.
Bedrick, I think Renee will recognize this. Bedrick was like, leaning against the wall with his arms like crossed, and his arms suddenly, like he stops leaning, his arms go down, and he takes on a uh like stance very similar to Marcus when he's about to do something.
Okay.
So Renee recognizes this
Yeah. He
before Bedrick like goes through with it.
he like um I think he was a little busy early. Like he understood what was happening, but like he was more concerned about you to like worry about connecting the dots. And so he hadn't really thought through the implications of tonight's events. And so he is kind of caught in a like, oh shit moment. And then he sees you do that and it's like a reminder of what happened earlier. And he's like, um, okay, let's just Bedri, we should why don't we all sit down and talk about this?
We are talking, aren't we, Yana?
We are, but I
Renee
think that
just gives
Renee
you like
has
a
a point.
pleading look.
Bedrick
Yana.
will breathe out, go to take like actual seats, and says, "I just want to stress that information should be used wisely, as in sometimes not used at all." And he like is trying to read if Yana is still giving that smug look.
Um, she would try to make it a little less smug so that maybe Renee doesn't notice. But like maybe like the smile is gone, but like her eyes are kind of still saying like be careful in the future a bit.
Oh my god, she's lecturing Yesik now. The tables have
Or is she
turned.
threatening him?
Both. The thread's worse, but it's yeah. Yezik is like, after that sort of indirect threat, he is like staring very hard at Yana. What's that still like, you know, basically he's trying to gauge how much of a threat Yana is with this information. Because if he's too much of a threat, Yezix will take action, and Renee could read that.
Oh. Maybe Yana will kind of try to see more of a threat then.
Oh,
Will seem like more of a threat.
Yeah, just to Bedreek, like, or okay,
Egg
how,
him on.
um, hmm, how are you trying to see if, like, are you just trying to see like from her body language or?
well, Bedrick. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's like basically just trying to read as much as possible. Like, hey, will you use this information in a way that will hurt me or the people I care about?
Okay, so Bedri, he's trying to read. Yana, what are you trying to give off?
I think I'm trying to get off that like it's okay for now, but it is something that I will willingly use in the future
Mm-hmm.
if needed.
I think because you are actively trying to give off like kind of what Bedri is looking for, I'm not going to make you guys make a contested roll.
Mhm.
Um, but I do think Bedri should roll composure.
Yeah.
Because like do you read this as just a threat or like okay, it's okay for now?
Does composure anything? Insight composure, composure.
Or actually, why don't you do insight and yeah, insight composure.
Okay. Oh my god.
Incredible. I mean, you can read the threat, but like that's about all you read.
And I'm guessing he is not calm about it.
No, not particularly.
Fuck. I was like, oh no, are we escalating?
Are we
Out of
escalating?
character, I just want to cover something, right? Out of character, how would you, Amanda, feel about Bedrick, basically, like, taking action to Yana as if she's a threat?
Oh no, I kind of actually want it because I'm like then maybe like Yana can tear Renee from Bedreek
Okay,
completely.
okay. So it is a narrative that you're actually willing. Okay,
Fantastic.
good, good. How is
So
Iris
she's
and
egging him on.
yeah,
Yeah.
basically Bedrick and Yana are just
Iris.
make eye contact. You guys can see the sparks flying. How's Iris and Renee doing?
I mean popcorn.
Oh my god, you want this to happen?
Hanging out. Bedri's
I'm
jaw is
done with
like
today. This whatever's happening right
sometimes.
now, I have no control and I do not care.
I love it. Okay. You're not the Grey Girl or Ventru
I
Permagen.
ignore that. I'm just reading.
Just read it.
Can you delete that, Nora?
Yeah.
Thank you. Rogue One.
Okay, so Bedri, what do you do?
I'm letting it sit in a moment. The awkward silence will persist until someone else says something. As Bedrick
There
contemplates hard.
the scene we're in really quick, just to um I don't think you all made it downstairs into the cavern. So you pretty much are like in the door. The door's closed behind you. Iris has settled down in the corner in, a spot. There's Bedri standing opposite Yana, and Renee is kind of in the middle, like doesn't know, like wants you two to just resolve this peacefully, like feeling for Bedri and also starting to worry for Yana and like not taking action but being like, look, can we please just like it was a big day. A lot happened. Let's just, you know, like we're friends here, right?
Of course, Renee. I would like nothing more than be amicable. I'm asking a boon of you all to keep what you've learned tonight to yourselves.
Yana will give a little nod and then she'll like walk closer to Renee, and I guess this time, yeah, she'll link arms with Renee, kind of like, Renee, you you always know the best thing to say in these types of stressful situations.
Earlier he was like feeling uncomfortable, but like I think this is kind of like he just wants nothing bad to happen, and so he does kind of like lean in to you a little bit and is like, look, let's just put all this behind us, right?
Of course.
And looks to Beatrice.
That is what I wish for, like I asked. All this to be behind us and not be brought up again.
Yana?
She'll just give Vedrik a smile.
Oh my god. Thank God my hunger's down to 3 and not 4, because he would have done it by now.
Just nothing. How Beatrice, like, where are you in terms of control? Because
He
like
has enough control to know that taking action now would not be great because Iris and Renee might turn against him.
mm,
But he is getting more and more close to like action needs to be taken.
Oh,
and
against Yana?
Yeah. He's a loose thread.
I do think especially it's nagging on you. Like you haven't rolled, a bestial failure or anything recently. But like your composure's hanging on by a thread, and there's also that like you had wounded pride already. You're not nearly as in control of the situation as you would like to be. And Yana is not obeying you as much as you would like someone who owes you a lot.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah.
I think the longer you all stand here without coming to a concrete like um solution, the harder it's going to get. So I do want I'll give you a choice. You can either burn another willpower or you can roll another composure check. So you either auto success or you base it on a check.
Sure, let's base on a check.
Okay.
Um
So this time let's do composure resolve.
sure.
Because this isn't so much insight, it's just
Is it a willpower check though? Because that'll be worse for me.
actually, since this is relating to your clan, I do want to do it as a willpower check. Great. Good job. Look, you may be at hunger 3.
Yeah.
You
So
aren't
she gave me more
seeing.
hunger to work with before I have to be careful.
That's true. And you aren't seeing her anymore, but like you fucked up earlier in the night and she's still there, much stronger than she normally is. You already lost control. Take it back. Do something. She's a problem. Do something. And it's like nagging in your head. You can't just stand here. She's practically a fledgling.
That is true. She should know who she owes a debt to. And
Marcus would never let this stand.
That is true. So let me check. I want to see the wording of venture compulsion exactly because it very much applies here.
Yeah. It's forcing someone to
Arrogance.
obey a command. Yeah.
Or not. She needs to understand who she's messing with. I've been so nice this whole time. Okay, yeah. Bedrick will just like moment of silence, no one talking. Yana still giving a smile. We'll just say, "Are they sitting down? They're standing up. What are we? How are we looking right now?"
You all are still standing.
Standing. He will bring his hands together and just like rub them as if trying to, like maintain his composure. and then open his eyes and look at Yana and say, I really would wish to end this amicably. So I would hope you would do your best to forget all that's happened, Yana. And he's going to use Forgetful Mind.
Okay. Yana, please roll intelligence and resolve.
Oh, and I get to add a modifier, right? Because I have
yes,
my
you do.
discipline. Yeah.
Add one.
Oh.
Okay.
Just checking if there's
Go ahead.
anything. Yeah, manipulation, dominate, phlegmatic.
Okay. Let me just do you want to do anything else, Yana?
Uh,
Would you like
I'll
to
give
willpower?
like. Oh no, I am totally fine with this. She's just going to look very like kind of like a deer caught in headlights and like glance at Renee to make sure that he understands that something is happening.
So you're not going to use any of your willpower?
Nope.
Okay. You had a margin of 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
That's
worse
a
than
lot.
Leia.
Yeah, it's worse than Elena. And Yana had unswayable mind. So tell us what happens. You know how this works. You've done it before.
I have done it before. Let's start with the most obvious one. Yana rewrite tonight's memories to be it went very standard, went like most other errands where Bedrick gave Yana a chance to actually take the lead for once, and she did well. She did great. Bedrick was proud, and she enjoyed him being proud, and they toured around the facility a little bit, but not too much because they seemed to have some other business in mind, and there was no, you know, scheming about Bedrick sneaking out or about what followed. So tonight's
That's one.
memories is the major one. And oh, how much are we gonna fuck with your head? Let's go with the next major one. When you met Bedrick, he was not with that woman. You forget that woman
Okay.
existed. Wow, shit. The next one, let's say the introduction to court. The introduction to court went. Okay, I have a question for the GM, right? Because it says rewrite memories. What counts as a memory? Does how she felt in the moment count as part of the memory?
I think that you're altering what her memory of what happened. If the way if she looks back on those memories and she feels differently, then that will change. But you're altering like, okay, what like it is tough because I feel like a lot of times like a memory is like the emotion of what happened. But I think in this case I'm gonna limit it to like you can change the events and maybe her like how she feels will be messed with, but it just depends on what
Okay,
events
so
you
I'll
change.
just lean the feelings.
So
in
you're
the
not
one
like, oh,
direction.
she felt happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so during the prince's introduction, right, I will say she felt even more like towards, like grateful towards Bedrick in terms of when he stuck his neck out. Let's see.
Like maybe that like Bedrick,
Yeah,
like
that
she
becomes a
remembers it
bigger
as
part.
Bedrick like really took a step for her.
Yeah, like that moment stands out more to her now than the other parts of that night.
So whether it's like fondness or just feeling like she owes, like that's up to how
Yeah.
she remembers it. But she definitely thinks of like, oh, he like did a big thing for me for sure.
Yeah. Oh shit, how fucked up do we want to be now for this last one? Oh no. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that Bedrick would do besides this last one. Basically, those are 3 major nights where we interacted.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything like you can guess?
I can guess, but I won't. Let's see. Blindly painting over the old canvas. Oh, I could add a memory.
No.
Oh shit! What memory? Oh, fuck. This is so fucked up. It's hard.
Yeah, it's a fucked up power.
Yeah, it is. Da-da-da-da-da. Nora, help me out because you know our relation between these two characters as well. So, is there anything that stands out to you?
As far as like how Bedri like what Bedri might want to change.
Yeah.
I won't say anything specific. I'll just point out like what your relationship is so far and the things that have come up. What you know about Yana
Yeah.
is like how you met, how court went, and that she like so far that she's building relationships with like two other kindred, or at least that she's building relationships with other kindred. Like clearly she knows Renee,
Yeah.
you know she knows Jan,
I know
and you
she
know
knows
that
John?
she's
Oh, I know
well,
she's
you
met
know that
John
she's
once at least.
met
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know that she's like making like been making her way in Prague. Like she you don't really know that much about what's going on, but she's doing surprisingly well in the city. Um
Okay, I'm going to just play into his like we already played into like basically all of this is to make Yana in his debt. So he's gonna change one more memory that happened tonight, or like add to it in that he's going to push, if possible, like the enjoyment from when she willingly let Bedrick drink from her, to like not just like oh she's using him, but like she wanted this for her own reasons.
so changing how that interaction went to be
Yeah,
more like she didn't just offer, like she asked him.
yeah, more than to like skew it instead of like oh he's in her debt because she let him drink blood, right? We're gonna try and skew it to the other direction.
Like
Like it's
he would have said no and then she asked him and
yes,
so
let's do
he
that.
like
Like
gave her that.
she
Okay.
was insistent, and it was very much like, you know, playing to the
Oh, I'm doing
Ventru
you a
blue blood thing. Like, oh yeah, like she's honored to do it.
yawn vibes.
Yawn vibes. That's why this is a bad way to go. Oh, bad ending.
Okay. Yana, you you held a lot of control and you were sort of not like a little bit egging on Bedrich, like you know, showing that you had power over him, and you lock eyes with him, and it's like being pulled into. It's like magnetizing, like you can't look away from him, and you're like, it's not quite a headache, but there's a second where you have to kind of like blink to get focus back, and like there's a little bit of a fuzziness, and it's weird, and for a second you're like, okay, wait, how long were we looking at each other again? But eventually like your head kind of clears and you're back in Iris's place, and I mean the night was uneventful. It went well. You're kind of wrapping up for the night. Renee is standing arm in arm with you. Bedrick's standing across from you.
Almost hypnotically, Bedrick will clap his hands to like have the like you know thing solidify and says, "Well, I do appreciate you all coming out and helping me with this little task. It became a bit more arduous for some, I understand, but thank you for taking the lead tonight, Yana. I have other matters to deal with, so if there's anything left to discuss, please let me know. I'm very grateful for all of you tonight, honestly."
Um, she's like holding her head because I guess it hurts a bit or something, or it just feels really weird. And she's like, yeah, You're welcome. Thank you too. I really appreciate that you've been like showing me the ropes around the city.
Of course. I think it was a good stroke of luck that we found each other that night, Yana. And I would hope our relationship continues. Oh, shit.
Hmm.
And Bedrick
Keep-
will
keep
go
going.
to start moving.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
And she'll just like nod by.
Renee is still standing arm in arm with you, and he kind of tugs on your arm a little bit, like, and like looks into your eyes, and is like, "Are you okay?
Yeah, my head just feels a bit weird.
Do everything's fine? You between you and Bedrich?
Oh yeah, of course everything's fine between us. Why would anything be wrong?
Am I still here or no, by the way?
You're at the door.
Do I hear any of this or no?
Yeah, you can hear it.
Okay, sis. I know it was strange for me to feed from you, Yana, for you and others, but thank you. And Renee, I trust you quite a bit, so I hope you understand how important it is that some portion of this night be forgotten.
After that, are you walking out the door?
Yeah, well, I go to move unless they respond at all, and then we'll go to leave.
Renee just looks at you, but doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then he looks back at Yanni. He's like, "Really, you're fine. Everything's all right."
Yeah, my head just feels weird.
Maybe Iris has something to help you. I just need to talk to Bedrich for a second. I'll be right back. And he like, kind of leans in and kisses your cheek, and then slides out from your arm and heads toward the door.
Yeah, I would go find Iris.
What the
Iris,
fuck
just
did
saw
you
some black
do?
shit go down.
I was
I went down because
into a
I
corner.
had something and then I come back. And why is she brainwashed, bro?
I was forced into a corner. You don't put
Oh
Bedrick
my
in a corner.
gosh.
Bedrich pulled a cat.
Yeah, I did.
What
Yeah,
I
you just watched like you have been. I wouldn't make you roll for this. You know what's up. Bedrich clearly did something. You know Domine when you see it. Things seem to have went from really tense to like smoothed over. Um, so not sure exactly what he did, but clearly like he smoothed things over in a very venture way just now.
sheesh. I was just gonna like side eye Pedrique is like Shaman had to get to this, huh?
It was the best way, as I fully like am gone.
Hmm. Alright, you head back, get some rest. You look like you need it.
Yana, are you um doing anything?
Oh yeah, she's looking for Iris through the house.
Oh, Iris is in the room.
I was
Oh,
right
she's
there.
in oh,
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there, okay.
They're in the
I
corner.
think Iris was like right next to the door as Bedrick walks by,
Oh.
so that's why they got the one last word with each other.
Yeah.
Okay, she'll go to Iris and say, Renee said I should talk to you because my head's feeling kind of weird and you might have something to help.
Oh, yeah. He takes out a vial of human blood that she
Oh
has left
no.
over from her runs. Oh, drink this, you'll be fine.
Renee's already out the door.
Oh wait, does that give I forgot if that punishes you. Oh. Well, I don't would I know that? Oh,
I forgot that I need to do that for that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it you sure this is okay for me to drink? Wait, did you tell her it's human blood? You said human blood, right? Okay.
Well, she just pulled it out.
Or you
of
just pulled it out,
like-
you didn't say what was in it? Oh. Oh yeah, she'd ask Iris, are you sure it's this is okay for me to drink?
Iris having another vision.
Are you on push to talk? Nope.
Nope.
She did.
Renee.
Let's do, yeah, you guys,
Okay.
Iris, blue screens. Renee does slip out the door. Are you already walking away?
I'm walking slowly. I know what's probably coming.
Pedri, wait, what? Are you just leaving?
Is there anything else you'd like to discuss, Renee?
Like to discuss?
Yes.
What did you do?
What I did, well, I asked you all to keep a secret from me, and I trusted that you and Iris could do it. Well, it looked like Yana could very well have other intentions.
But you, I mean, you did the,
I'm.
you did the thing, you did something to her.
I simply removed a single loose thread.
Pedri,
Is there any benefit
You-
she would get out of knowing my secret besides hurting me?
look,
Well, sorry.
You know-
Where
okay,
did I
welcome
get
back.
cut off?
we're gonna come back to Iris and Yana in a second.
Okay,
Wait.
good. Sorry for the disconnection.
You are all
Worries.
good. Renee, like, there is a second where he like is trying to listen to what you're saying, but like he also, you can see the hurt in his face. Like he's not disguising it at all. He's like,
Mm.
you know, I have been your friend for a long time, and I would do anything for you, right? For you and Maya, and of course I would keep your secret no
And
matter
now,
what.
anything for
But-
Yana, from the looks of things.
Look, she's a good person, all right, and I like her a lot, and
Would she still
it's
be
just
a good
it's not.
person if she lauded my secret over me? If she sold me out? Because that
Look, she
could
would
very
never.
well became that possibility.
She
Now,
wouldn't actually sell you out.
how can you be sure of this? You've known her for a single month, Renee.
You,
Now you
Look.
have a chance at a relationship with her, whatever it be it. But if the case came where she did sell me out, then you would be forced to side with one of us, correct? This way you'd never have to make that choice.
I think there's you can again, like you can read Renee really well. You can read that like there is a part of him that just is like it would be so easy to just be like, yeah, he's right. I could like this is easier, but he's also angry at you for earlier and hurt and like somebody he trusts fucked with somebody else he trusts in both directions. And so he's like, look, maybe you're right. Maybe it's easier this way. And I know that you are good at solving problems and that's what you do, but you looked just like Marcus back there. And it freaked me out. And you think it's okay to just go around messing with people's minds, and it's somebody I care about her too, and it's not right.
I am not a fan of Marcus, as you know, Renee, but I'm pragmatic enough to know which of his methods produce results. I won't simply hate all of his actions based on who he is. I won't simply judge you for who your sire is and what you must have done for Custis.
He definitely stiffens. He's like, you almost attacked somebody earlier, and then you mess with someone's mind, and I want things to go back to how they were, but I don't know how to just let this go.
Bedrick gets a bit of a disappointed look in his eyes because he turns to Renee and says, I believe we've known each other long enough, my friend, that you know I do not attack others. I do manipulate them, sure. Like via words, via thoughts, but physical harm has never been in my wheelhouse.
The way you were looking at her, you're the woman.
I was angry at myself, Renee, not her. I was never harm her. Like you know now, she is my daughter.
Right. It's been a long night.
That it has.
I should go.
Just know I don't mean to break your trust, but I always try to do what will be the best solution for all those that I care about, and that includes yourself. I have nothing against you for entertaining this relationship with Diana, but just know I can't fully trust her yet.
And you're the one who told me to check on her and to look after
Yes.
her, and now you're saying you
doesn't
can't trust
mean-
her.
I asked you to check up on her exactly because I can't trust her, but I do trust you.
But now you don't believe me that she's a good person?
I believe that you might think of her as a good person, but once again, you have 1 month of data, Renee.
It's the same
And-
amount you have.
True. But at least I'm
Look,
not being swayed by some longing or emotion. I've seen the way you've looked at her.
Look. I'm going to go. But maybe if you gave her as much of a chance as I did, you would see that she's actually not as bad as you think.
If I gave everyone as much a chance as you've done, Renee, I would be dead by now. And he will start walking off as well.
And you turn around right away? Or
Like slowly, of course, but yeah, he goes as if that's the end of the conversation.
I think if you have enough of a chance to see, like, this whole... He cares about you a lot. And, like, he's angry and confused and all this is happening. But, like, at that last comment, he just looks like the most, like, really, truly hurt for the first time tonight. Not just confused or worried or upset, but, like you believe in him about as much as Custis does, which isn't very much at all.
Yeah.
And so he just watches you go and then turns around and goes back to get Yana.
I think Bedrick turns and walks towards the car, like knowing he doesn't feel exactly right about what he said, but he still believes it. Just because I think he and Maya probably have, like looked out for Renee quite a bit these last few years because they know how impressionable he may be, and so made sure like no one could take advantage of him. And so knowing that as a given, he's like, in a way, considers Renee also in his debt, and so it makes what he's saying okay.
Damn. Everything's justifiable.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay. Let's really quick resolve Yana and Iris. And then we'll start to wrap up for the night.
So Iris had asked Yana, oh, you gave us the vial of blood, and you just said, like, you just showed the vial of blood. You didn't say what was in it, right?
Oh, I usually use this when my head hurts a lot, but I mean, it's not a fix all for everything. I mean, you could try it if you want, but
And it's safe. Well, okay, of course it's safe. Sorry, I should have questioned you.
well, I mean, I haven't had any problems with it, and kindred around me haven't had any problems with it, so I think it should be okay.
Okay, she'll just chug it then, because she feels really weird and she's used to using substances to feel better.
Oh, there's some There's some weed in there. It's from one of the people that visited.
One of the people?
Yeah, the people
How
that
did you
come
drink
into
it?
my place.
Like mortals?
Yeah,
She already drank it, but you're like, oh fuck.
but that's too late.
So I think since she has prey exclusion for mortals, it says like even accidentally feeding upon can cause a frenzy.
Oh,
Does it count for this?
wait, hold up. I don't think that's how it works. I think it's like
Like,
a willpower
it
thing,
just
isn't it?
yeah,
Let
there's
me
a
double check because the way
roll.
that it's written in oh my god, where'd it go? It's written in Paradox as stains, but let me
Oh, sorry, a stain, not a willpower.
Oh.
I think you just take a stain.
Okay.
Because it's as if breaking a chronicle tenet. So there's that. I think it'd be that kind of like you're like, I just need this, like this will help. And then she's like, oh yeah, that's one of my customers. And then it's just that like fuck. Like you already drank it, but you kind of want to throw up. It's very like, what did you just do?
Huh. I wonder, could I use like blush of life to actually throw it up?
I hmm,
If not, it's okay. I'll just take the stain. That's not possible.
I think because this is blood and like if it were anything else you could just do that, but I don't think in this case you could.
Okay. How do I add a stain?
We da, 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 da. Where's your humanity tracker? Well, these will get resolved at the end of the session anyway, so like it won't be a. I think it's. Oh
It's
Jesus!
one of those
Hello.
black boxes. It's the leftmost black box.
Do you just cross off an empty box, right? And then
Yeah.
it's okay.
Right.
All right. Okay.
And does the weed affect her at all?
I mean, I'm
Worth it.
assuming Iris would know like how this works. Like you don't just keep blood around. Like there's enough in there for it to have an effect. So yeah, this blood would get you high a little bit.
Takes the edge off.
Yeah, just takes the edge off.
So she just feels like puking, but she feels really good still.
Or
Well, I
probably you feel
mean,
high and nauseous. So I don't know if
yeah.
you would register it as mortal blood, but I don't know. Could be a mixture of both.
It's not like instant. You're not just like, wow, I'm suddenly very high, but it is like pretty fast acting. So it's like you definitely feel that like, the nausea doesn't necessarily go away, but like you're distracted from your headache.
I feel much calmer, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Iris. I think that worked really well.
No problemo.
Around this time, I think, well, there's a couple of beats, and then Renee kind of slips back in the door. He's like, all right, let's go home. And just kind of like tucks his arm around yours again. Iris, have a good night.
Take care.
Thanks, Iris, for the concoction.
Yeah,
And
anytime.
she'll head out with Renee.
Yeah, Renee will just take you back to his haven. Frederic, are you going straight home?
Uh, do I have any other business that I need to get done?
This was the only task that he assigned you for today. So there's always like,
Mm-hmm.
stuff
all
you could
was
double
on
check at
his own agenda
Maya's
he
or
had
like
wanted.
yeah, or like checking up on who all's in the city. That's the main thing I think that Bedri has been keeping track of lately, probably, is like, okay, who's arrived. But it's up to you whether he's gonna do that.
I'm gonna make a roll just to see like how vulnerable he's feeling,
Mm.
real quick. Let's make a. There's my token. Here it is.
While you're doing that,
Yeah.
is there anything else Iris is doing for the night, or are they just gonna kind of like settle down and
Oh, I'm gonna keep sketching
okay.
that one vision.
Okay, with more detail. And just as a reminder, the things you saw the movement and you also felt that pull to deeper in the building. And there is like, you didn't see a specific event, but you did feel like fear and the need to run. But that's all you really got.
Maybe I'll go on a little side quest later.
Ooh, a little adventure. We can definitely talk about that. Um, okay. So I'm gonna say you two are pretty much resolved for the night unless if there's anything else you want to do.
Okay.
And then what is Bedrich doing?
Yeah. If he rolled 0 willpower, that I was gonna have him just come clean to Maya because of the cognitive dissonance of everything he's doing.
Mm.
But he is not at that point yet. He is going to simply go home. Is everyone asleep?
Yeah.
He's going to go home, put the car in the special place, and basically he's gonna call Renata.
Call Renata?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, okay, you pick up the phone, rings for a little bit, a couple times, and it gets to that point where you're like, okay, is she actually gonna pick up or not? When finally there's the click. Um, hello?
Renata, you're awake now?
Um, yeah, is something wrong? Are you all right?
No, I just require you meet me in my study.
Uh, oh, yeah, I'll be right downstairs. And she doesn't hang up the phone, but you can kind of hear like rustling and stuff, and like she's clearly was in bed, and
Yeah. I think Bedrick like sneaks into his study from the way he usually goes, and he just waits for her there. And I think his eyes are just like glued to the butterfly specimens.
okay. Quick question. Um, are you still very like one track mind? You know, you're going through the motions, you're putting your car away, you're going home. Are you paying attention to your surroundings, or are you just like, okay, I'm gonna get inside, I'm gonna call Renata?
He is. I don't think he's like putting his car. He's putting his car away, but he's not putting the tarp up. He's not fully locking the garage. He's missing a lot of things, but he is
Okay.
keeping aware of danger or like things that are out of place, even though he's not being as meticulous as usual.
Okay. Um, go ahead. Hmm. I want to. I want you to just roll me straight awareness. Can you do that without, or no? Do you have to do?
You need some attribute.
Okay, you can do straight composure then.
Straight composure. Uh, you need an attribute with that.
Oh, does it roll double?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Okay, then just roll. Let's see. Just roll me awareness composure. I'll adjust the difficulty based on.
Okay.
Here. Okay. Um. Yeah, you know you're going through the steps. Not quite all of them, like buttoning down for the day, but kind of going probably a little bit on edge from everything that's happened tonight. And like there are people in this city. You've taken care of one of them, but like there are people who are dangerous, but nothing jumps out at you. Um, so as you head into your study.
Yeah. Heads into study and it's just very much just. It's almost like coming back from late night and your head's a bit fuzzy with all the shit that happened. He's just waiting there intently.
You're not there for very long before you hear a knock on the door. She would never come in without asking.
Come in.
Meg, could you leave the stage, please, when you get a chance? I don't think I can do it myself, but
You can if you add her to stage yourself.
okay.
I am
Take
stuck.
control. Oh,
Stuck.
then I will remove you. Oh,
Yay!
okay.
Thank you.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, I guess I did it.
The,
Never mind.
Teamwork.
Yeah, you hear a soft knock on the door, and when you say come in, it opens slowly and kind of hesitantly, before Renata steps in and closes it quietly behind her.
Come.
Are you all right? Did you just get back?
Yes. Some complications at work, but come.
Oh.
I just sit. And
Of course.
he'll have her just sit on the windowsill.
Yeah, she'll come sit. And are you sitting down as well, or?
Yeah, he's gonna sit behind her, and I think almost like reliving a past old memory when it used to be him and Irene. He'll fall into old habits just to relieve some stress and go through her hair and says, "Tell me, just speak. Tell me about the kids' days, the last week."
I mean, Catalina keeps talking about how the field trip went, even though it was almost a month ago, and I mean, she loved St. Vitus. I don't think they'd been before, and she kept talking about the organ and all the stained glass, and I think they're teaching them about art. So she keeps talking about something about Muha and one of the stained glass that she really liked. And I mean, Andre's been complaining about math, and he's very excited about the zoo, and I don't know, he keeps.
Yezik will like just nod, keep her talking, have her faced away from him, and he is going to feed.
Yeah. She kind of like she just kind of like keeps going as he's talking, and then there's like a stutter, and she falls quiet. But doesn't do anything. Do you go ahead and slake 2 points?
Yeah, so it's gonna be a slow process, and he's like, if she stops, he's gonna stop and like tell her to like continue, and then
Yeah. And she kind of like stutters through it, but I think even if she doesn't probably remember it, or I don't know, do you wipe her memory usually?
yes, basically
Okay.
he's using the distraction as well as the euphoria from the bite itself to distract, keep her focused on something else until the moment she's done, and then he's going to cloud memory.
So even though you cloud her memory, it's sort of like this process has happened a lot of times before, and so she like stutters a little bit, and then she keeps going and telling you about their days and how Andre has been really into art lately, and how school is going well, and it seems like the children have felt better lately than they did a couple months ago, and it's all very just like quiet, and she starts talking about just like mundane little things like what they had for lunch the other day, and finding anything to talk about.
Once he finishes, he'll actually select only one hunger and says,
Okay.
Good. Make sure you do your best to watch out for them. You should
She
get
as
some
she
rest.
as she kind of comes out of it, she's like, of course, dear. Are you going back out?
I'll have to see. I might have to wait on a call, but you can forget this little escapade. I just needed someone to talk to. And he's going to wipe the feeding itself and send her out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she kind of gets that glazed look, and then like as she comes to, she sort of like assumes, she's like, oh, huh, and like leans down and like kisses your forehead, and then turns and sort of like walks out more in an automatic daze than anything else, and heads back upstairs to sleep.
And the reason I'm going to have Better only do one hunger is he's going to wait a while longer because he's basically taking a day of like, I'm not going to be running around today. I just need time to think. And then anytime his hunger starts getting at him again, because he still had 2 points, I think maybe an hour, 2 hours later, he's going to creep up into one of the Andre's bedroom, since he seems he's full of
Yeah.
energy at the moment.
Yeah.
And while he's
And I
sleeping,
think
we'll feed again.
I think after Renata leaves, because you only select one hunger. When your hunger is down to one, you're used to focusing and tuning things out. But considering you're a little hungrier, and it's been a long night, you can still hear her voice, like, you deserve better than her. She owes you so much. You should take more. You should take back what you lost. And it's not insistent as it was before, but it's still there. That sort of like doesn't ever stop.
But I think as the energy of the voice lessens, so does the energy of his to fight back, as he's also very low in willpower now, and he just doesn't, you know, he doesn't do it, but he also doesn't refute it.
Yeah. From the window seat, I imagine you can see on the wall where the butterflies are pinned up.
Yeah.
It's just a constant reminder.
I think he just spends the last of that just watching those butterflies.
All right. That was a long session, but I think we're gonna cut it there.
Wow, that got intense. Thank you, Dora. A lot happened.
Yeah, that it honestly more could have happened that I just cut because I was like, okay, I think we hit the threshold. So I'm glad that we got some good moments. I can't believe you fucked up Yana.
Okay.
I also literally have a chart now of who has blood bonds to whom because this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Big plays. We all made
Iris, you
some
need to
big
get in on
plays.
this.
Is it
Iris is gonna go on a vacation to New York permanently.
You need a vacation.
to New York?
I do.
That's where all the Prague people go. All the people from Prague go to New York.
Did Yana see
Yeah.
it from ours or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Yana currently has 2 blood bonds. And Belrique has 1.
Yeah, inconsequential. It's fine. It's not like
It's
this will
just
ever
a
happen
year
again.
of feeling fondness toward her.
Yeah. But we know, people he feels fondness for don't actually, it's not good for him.
Yeah. Enough so that like I don't think even though it's not mechanical, like it's just like, oh, you don't want to, like you feel fond towards this person at level 1. Like even if it were mechanical, I don't think it really would have impacted
He's going to be
forgetful mind just
thinking
because
about
like
her
that
more.
is 100%. Yeah. Just check up on her more, make sure everything's okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure your relationship with Renee will be fine.
Oof, oh, fuck. Me, Ash, I love Renee. And I'm like, oh, I feel bad.
Oh, you acted like Custis and Marcus.
Yeah, I did. I was like,
That's
I was
fucked
just
up.
in my head, I'm like, yeah, what I just did to fucking Yana is exactly the sort of thing, like, that control is what Marcus and Custis both have.
Yep. You're like, Renee, you can't handle yourself and you can't judge other people. I'm gonna step in for you
Yeah,
and do what's best.
that arrogance.
Even though Yana doesn't remember, she kind of won a bit.
She did.
He
Renee's
pushed his buttons
like,
out.
you're staying at my house now for the near definite future. Like I know you didn't achieve it, but well, actually, you know what? I know you changed your desire to like be more concrete, but I kind of want to honor your original thing because I feel like you achieved it.
Oh, thanks.
Can we know what it was?
Oh, the original was
Just-
to woo Renee. The revised one was to get Renee to say he loves Yana.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
But I want to honor the original because like even if Renee is too like he's not gonna be like I love you, but like he more than ever is like okay, I have to like care for Yana and like make sure she's gonna be okay and like Bethany definitely strengthened that bond. So I think
Yeah.
that counts. Did
I mean, Yana, like, yeah, led him there.
yeah. Yeah, that was let's see. Mm. As much as stuff did happen, you used dominate at the museum. You didn't fulfill your desire
Oh
though.
yeah, I did not, without a doubt.
But Meg
Like,
did do premonition at the thing. So you two
oh,
both get think about what, let's see, let me pull up your sheets. Where is Iris?
Do I have clearance to go back?
Hmm?
Do I have clearance to go back to
You
the
can do whatever you
museum?
want.
Oh fuck yeah.
You can have a little adventure.
Yeah. I mean,
Uh
how long's the gap between the next session?
It'll be a month, so you've got plenty of
Okay.
time to investigate to your heart's content. Um and you can think about like what skill you think applies to, like, whether that be occult or maybe awareness, or we can talk about maybe like investigation, just because if this is something that leads Iris to, I'll say, like, if it leads them to go like really investigate and like think through their premonition, maybe that's a skill that you would want to get a dot in from succeeding in your desire.
Oh, okay.
But you can think about it. And same with Yana, you can think about what skill you want to, whether that's like persuasion or performance, or, you know.
I think performance I'll do. I'll do performance.
Okay, I'll go ahead
How do I?
and
Oh,
add
there
that.
it is. Okay.
Yep.
Although I think that Yana is more and more growing towards actually having genuine feeling, and not like
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
oh my God, you can run into the sunrise together. Imagine. So I know that happened right before the 2021 conclave, but like,
I'm sure it'll be fine.
yeah,
Did it happen right before 2021 or just in between that, the first and second?
in between.
But yeah. Damn.
All
I
right.
will
Yeah, thank
say,
you guys for
yeah, that was so much
that
fun.
session. That
Thank
was
you,
Yeah.
fun.
Dora.
Yes.
This is my like lesson to myself that I'm just gonna start improvising things more from now on, because like I did plan, but I didn't really plan that much, and it went. I feel like I don't know. Felt like it was a little more on track than the first session.
Oh.
I felt a little bad because of what's it called. We heard Iris's vision. I was like, oh shit, what if we're supposed to go investigate that shit right now? But I was like, yeah, I gotta go. This is my daughter. I gotta
Well,
figure some stuff out.
I mean, stuff could have happened if you had done that, but that's now gonna be a secret Iris adventure for
True.
Yes.
Iris has all
So,
of your secrets.
what was
Yes.
Beatrix's desire?
Oh, my desire. I knew I wasn't gonna get this because being Nora, we kind of knew like I was gonna have some connection come up at the museum. I put my desire, knowing that there was a good chance my daughter or somebody would be here, was obtain an influential mortal pawn involved at the National Museum by either
Oh,
blood
I
bonding
love
them
that.
or mesmerizing them or something.
Uh,
And so it was like, hey, if I don't figure out she's my daughter and I do this, Frederick feels awful about it, which is fun. Or I don't do it because he realizes it's his daughter, which is also fun.
That would have been fun if you blood bonded her first and then
Yeah.
talked to Bivoy or something.
I was like, that would be so funny. It'd be terrible for Bedreek, but it would be like
Yeah,
so bad.
it'd be rough. You have family to spare.
yeah.
Damn.
Oh wow.
Kind of messed up, yeah. Messed up feeding. What's the exact herd requirement? Because it
Bedreek?
seems like it's family, yeah.
Oh, his rarefied taste from Ventru is, well, you'll have to see. But
Oh.
he, above board, he is
You
a
drink from
cleaver.
Yana.
Yeah, he did drink from Yana. He's a cleaver, and he does. That family is his herd.
Um,
Oh, let's
to
go
look
ahead
for-
and resolve this stain really quick before I forget.
Oh, okay.
You came so close to start incurring a stain, also, Ash.
Yeah,
Like
I
there
was
were a
like
couple
waiting
times where I was
for
like,
it.
"Are you?"
I was like, what is it? Am I stating
I was
right
like,
now?
if you do anything like even a little bit like more aggressive than you had toward her,
Yeah.
that definitely would have been a stain. Or like if you hadn't wiped her memory so that she like, you know, that would have been. Because I mean, I was kind of.
Like,
I am still a little bit debating that because of the touchstone thing.
yeah, like
Whether
I
that-
would say like because I did it, I don't know. It's hard, right? Because I also
Yeah.
the family is also I'm willing to do this for.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like, because you didn't act violently, especially because that's their thing.
Yeah.
I almost want to say no. Like you achieved a very better solution to the whole thing.
Yeah, I honestly played on both my conviction and Chronicle Tenant because after he like
Yeah.
fucked up, he was like, okay, no, I'm gonna be myself. I'm a Ventru. I am better than this. I'm not
Yeah.
submitting.
I feel like you made justifiable decisions.
That's the problem. Bad guys always have a justification.
The ends justify the means. Okay. I can't remember. Let's see. Do you just roll the dice?
You roll humanity.
We figured. And you roll the empty boxes, right?
Yeah, it will roll your empty boxes. You just need one
Oh,
success.
you just click humanity. Oh, you're good.
Right.
Okay. No stain.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So I mean, like you felt bad, but like it was a extenuating circumstances, and also, you know, you feel better now.
And the weed helped a lot too.
The weed helps.
That's so good.
All right.